Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Wyoming High School Rodeo Association State Finals here in Rock Springs. Round 2, performance number 2, about to get started. In about 6 minutes was the scheduled time to honor the seniors. And they were supposed to do the queen crowning ceremony here, but because of some weather that just blew through, they're doing those indoors. So unfortunately, because we have our camera set out here, we're unable to bring you the queen crowning ceremony. So we apologize to anyone who tuned in specifically for that. But we've got a great round of rodeo on tap for you tonight. Pole bending, goat tying, breakaway roping, tie down roping, team roping, steer wrestling, bull riding, saddle bronc riding, bareback riding. It's all going to be contested tonight. And tonight we will know who the top 15 are going to the short go tomorrow. It'll be the top 15 on season ending points. So, yeah, Matt Petrie, you look at some of these races that are developing, and it's going to be a very fun evening.
If it's anything like it was this morning, we are in for a ride.
Absolutely.
Lots of lead changes and moving up and down the standings. So last night we actually had quicker times than yesterday morning, so we'll see if that holds true again tonight.
Yeah, and the times from this morning were nothing. Fastest barrel racing time of the week. Those times will be coming out soon. We don't have much info on the short go because, again, a lot of it is going to be contingent on what happens tonight. But we're going to enjoy tonight before we get there, that's for sure.
Nothing is set in stone yet, and we'll see what happens tonight. Which event tonight are you most interested in?
Well, the one that we're going to talk about a little bit later on is the goat tying competition. That is become one of the most hotly contested competitions in the rodeo this week because of really the small margin that Hadley Thompson had coming into the state finals, and with Rayleigh Caldwell winning the round last night, that margin is even smaller. We'll talk more about it, and that's a great time to take a break, thank our sponsors. When we come back, we will have kind of the picture of what's going on here going into performance number 2 of round number 2. It's the WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, and brought to you by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming.
Get ready to cause some mayhem this summer with help from your friends at Addicted Power Sports in Evanston. Your one-stop shop for all your power sports needs. Side-by-sides, four-wheelers, motorcycles, and more. Play hard and play safe. At Addicted Power Sports, you'll find various protective equipment, including helmets and also apparel from fly racing, fox, and more. Addicted Power Sports has a full service and parts department for any make and model. Yamaha, Kawasaki, Can-Am, Skidoo, and more. Whether you're tearing up the road or trail, let the experienced professionals help you out. Addicted Power Sports, 127 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Are you tired of living with water that's causing rust stains, hard water spots, or other issues in your home? Water's supposed to make life easier and more comfortable, and we can help you experience the water you deserve. As your local authorized Hague dealer, we can tailor a water treatment solution to address your specific needs. We can make sure your laundry stays soft, your skin silky smooth, with a custom-designed water treatment conditioning system. Your whole home and family will benefit from the high-quality water you deserve. Call us today.
Scan the QR code now to see how your city water stacks up. Or call 307-787-6800 to schedule your free water and air analysis.
The town of Mountain View is located in the historic Bridger Valley and serves as a gateway to the high Uintas. With a panoramic view of the rugged Uinta peaks, you feel like you are in paradise. Our town park and scenic river walk offer a safe place for rest and relaxation. Looking for a great place to live? Our quality of life is great and our people are very friendly. Come join our tranquil way of life. The town of Mountain View, a gateway to the high Uintas.
At YHI, we are with you is more than just 3 simple words. It encompasses the principles we live by to serve our members and local communities. So if you're looking to keep your banking relationships local with a partner who will always be there for you, look to us. We're YHI. We're Wyoming. We're with you. Visit yhi.org to learn how you can be a part of something bigger today.
Welcome back to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. Of course, brought to you by our friends at Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports, selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming, 307-779-7533. And Matt, to get everybody hyped and ready to go for tonight's action, let's turn it over to our ready results board. We'll kick it off with the bareback riding. After last night's round, Tucker Caricato has extended his lead 149 to 142 in the state standings. And actually, that's incorrect. Give me 1 second as I'm going to fix that. That is including the points. So actually, the state standings 134 to 128. It was really, really close coming into this, but now Tucker Caricato stretching his legs out a little bit more in that bareback riding competition.
You know, as sometimes happens, Tucker got a lot of help from the horse that he drew last night. Because Rody had a brilliant ride too, Rody Farrell, and I think Tucker's horse was just a little bit better.
Yeah, it's going to. This has basically become a draw competition between Tucker Caricato and Rody Farrell. Tucker Caricato came into the rodeo with 119.5 points. You add 15 to that, and that's exactly where we're at 134.5. So it's going to be a very fun finish for that bareback riding. Also, keep your eye on Ian Smith from Pinedale with a 106. He's looking pretty promising. Jacob Cook also looking pretty good as well, as he jumps all the way from 7th up to a top 6 position. But Grady Edwards, Ian Smith, it's all going to come down to this final two-head to find out who's going to be that top 4 going to the national finals to represent Wyoming in the bareback riding, in an event that I would not put money against the Wyoming Cowboys in that one.
If I was any other team and from the nation, I would not want to come up against these guys.
Moving on to the pole bending. As it sits right now, we won't show the state standings. We'll actually show the round standings. As it sits right now, Caitlin Moore, the #1 cowgirl in the state, is #1 on the leaderboard with a 20.07. Hadley Thompson sits second with a 26.52. Shada Lesmeister is third. Carly Peterson fourth. Jada Graves fifth. Jordan Mormon sixth, all the way down to Aislinn Vroman from Riverton. She's that #10 spot with a 26.067 that these other cowgirls will be competing to get into in that top 10.
You know, Caitlin tipped a pole over yesterday, and along with Hadley Thompson, and that was a surprise, but I think we both called it last night that she'd come back with a vengeance today.
That's exactly what happened. Moving on to our goat tying currently. Right now, it's Casey Carr of Jackson leading it with a 7.35. Morgan Watts with a 7.79. Rosalind Heron in third with an 8.48. Caitlin Moore with an 8.55. Grady Pendleton with an 8.81. Abigail Olson in sixth. Aislinn Vroman in seventh, and Carly Peterson sits in ninth. But when you look at the aggregate right now, the eyes go to Morgan Watts, who is 14.91 on two head. That could be big when we look at the state championship picture and the top 4 qualifiers for nationals.
It could be, and of course tonight we have Ridley Caldwell and Hadley Thompson coming up, who were both sub-7 last night.
And 1.5 separates Caldwell from Thompson. Caldwell #2, Thompson #1. You could see maybe Caldwell close the gap a little bit more, or if they go 1-2, we could be tied at the top of the leaderboard going in to the final round tomorrow.
So if we're tied after tomorrow, does that mean they get an extra goat?
Yes, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. That might be a question for the great Dixie Huxtable there, as the sun is starting to come out. The wind's still blowing, but we expect that to subside, hopefully, in the coming minutes. In the tie-down roping right now, it's Royce Breeden with a 10.75. He sits first. Adam Bellis is second. Bodie Coombs is third. Keaton Hayden, your new leader in the all-around cowboy race, sits fourth. Sid Peterson fifth. Ryder Mormon sixth. Jackson Phillips seventh. Jim Coxbill 8th. Glade Parker 9th. And Hayes Espenscheid from Big Piney rounds out your top 10 in the tie-down roping.
You know, we saw quite a few good rides in tie-down roping this morning, and I think Keaton Hayden is one worth talking about here, just not for just tie-down roping, but for the entire week that he's had here.
Yeah, he's already won a state title in the boys cutting, won it going away. Now he's the new leader in the all-around. And Keaton Hayden actually placing currently fairly high in the tie-down roping. I believe he's in the top 3, so he could challenge there as well. Moving on to our breakaway roping right now, it's Kaylee Hutchinson from Rosette. She won round 1. She has the lead going into the evening performance of round 2 with a blistering 2.27.
That's the fastest time of all 3 events that we've been to. But there were several that were under 3 today, and we saw a few last night. I think they're going to have their work cut out for them to top that 2.27.
And you look at the average right now, Kaylee Hutchinson has a commanding lead, 4.58 on 2. So what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that she's going to come out and she can do one of 2 things. She can either try to rope for the average title, or if she wins the average and wins the round tomorrow, she could be looking at a state championship.
Absolutely, and I guarantee you what's on her mind.
Absolutely. Moving on to our steer wrestling standings after last night. Jace Mayfield now still number 1 in the state, but Bodie Coombs from Wellington, after his round victory, jumps up from 3rd to 2nd. Only 2.5 points separating him from the leader, Jace Mayfield. Carson Ewing into 3rd, only 6.5 points back, and only 15 points back is Cannon Campbell. So that top 4 looks pretty consistent there. Trenton Sheehan, though, if he puts on a good run, Talon Larson, we know what he's capable of. Cody Montgomery sits in 7th. Dane Humes in 8th. Deep Goodman 9th. And Cole Crickmeyer from Jackson is 10th. But the steer wrestling, it's going to be a race to the finish like we anticipated last night.
It is, and I would keep my eye on Bodie Coombs. He was a full second ahead of Jace Mayfield last night. And another full second ahead tonight, and he's going to be moving right on up.
If there's any race that could be salted away today, it is the saddle bronc riding, as Jacob Schlappman extends his lead out to 8.5 points if he gets a win tonight. But Rhodey Marsh, though, won the round, picked up some points on Schlappman, but those were the only 2 qualified rides from round number 2. And things could switch quickly in any of the rough stock events. But you look at Jake Schlappman, you got to like where he's sitting right now.
You do like it, but, you got to watch out for Ryan Nunn and Colby Smith. And even Wyatt Knight, sitting in 5th right now, could move up to that 4th spot.
Moving on to our team roping as we wait for it to show up. There it is. Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield with the go from no time to the fastest time we've seen this week with a 7:14. We'll see what Talon Larson and Cash Reynolds have in store here in round number 2 as they won round number 1. But right now, you like where you're sitting if you're Peterson and Mayfield.
You do, and this morning we had eight times. Yesterday we only had 4, so if the afternoon group can come up with that as well, I think we're in for a treat this afternoon.
In the barrel racing, Abigail Olson with the 17.54, won round 1. Now she is threatening here in round 2 in the lead going into the evening performance after a 17.273 in the morning session.
That 17.273 from what we've seen this week is going to be hard to beat.
It's the fastest time of the week, and Olson looking to kind of hold serve there and give herself a shot at a state title tomorrow morning. Then into the bull riding we go. Brenson Bartlett has stretched his lead out a little bit, picking up some points, but Ashton Slaw with a great performance last night. He comes to us from Manila, Utah. He now moves into 2nd in the state, and again in the bull riding, you never know what's going to happen. You could have everyone buck off, but Hayden Welsh, you could have everyone buck off, but Ashton Slaw. Roan Profit is also a guy you talk about. But it could go any way still in the bull riding. You're not comfortable calling this race. However, Brenson Bartlett does look to be in the driver's seat.
He does. The surprise last night was the fact that Hayden Welsh bucked off. He had a good 6-second ride, and that bull just turned on him. But, I expect him to come back tonight and make a play for regaining that number 1 spot.
We still got a ways to go before rodeo time, and we're not sure when they're going to honor the seniors. According to the memo we got, it would be at 5:15, but here we are at 5:24 right now. So what we're going to do is, before the week started, we got a chance to talk with the legend of high school rodeo, the WHSRA, Dixie Huxtable. and she talked to us about her excitement for the state finals and just how proud she is of these kids as well as this association in general. So here's that conversation we had with the legendary Dixie Huxtable. Here with Dixie Huxtable. She is the national director for the state of Wyoming here as we get ready to broadcast the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association state finals in Rock Springs. Cannot wait. It's going to be a blast. And Ms. Huxtable, thank you so much for joining us. First question, I mean, we've talked with rodeo secretaries in Utah, and they've talked about how much work it goes into putting on and preparing to put on a rodeo. But one of this magnitude, I'm sure it's a whole nother level. Can you talk to us about what kind of preparations the state puts into the state finals?
Sure, and thank you for having us on your radio. We appreciate all the support you guys give us. So the state finals starts a year in advance. We will start working on next year's finals the day we finish this one. So it's a year-long process that involves organizing cattle, organizing the facility to get the camping and the stalling that the kids are going to need, to ticket takers, staff, getting the right people in the right spot. Obviously, the kids work all year long, going to rodeos from starting in September, going all the way through the spring to get themselves ready. So it behooves us state board to do everything we can to get the state finals to be a professional-looking, timely, or organized event for these kids.
Ms. Huxtable, I mean, Wyoming is the cowboy state, so it's no surprise that high school rodeo is a big deal here in Wyoming. We even have a reigning national champion in the bareback riding with Tucker Caricato. Can you talk a little bit about the history of high school rodeo in Wyoming and why it is so prevalent?
Of course, we are very proud to be the cowboy state, and we are very proud to be able to host the national high school finals many, many times. As a matter of fact, this summer will be the 75th anniversary of the high school finals. Wyoming started our high school association. We were actually a committee of the American Legion, and we still are a part of the American Legion. If you look at our official title, we are the American Legion Wyoming High School Rodeo Association, and we're very proud of the support we've gotten from the American Legion. We were formed in the Saratoga area. They created a high school rodeo back in 1954, and we've been able to have one every year since, with the exception of the COVID year, which put us off. But we have had numerous, I wouldn't even want to count the number of national champions, national student officers. We have an award called the Jim Moore Award, and that's named after someone who was a national student president. We're very proud of all of our kids that go on to qualify for nationals, make the short round at nationals, become champions. We have the reigning girls all around. Rain Grant, she's now graduated from high school and now to college, but we have numerous national champions, and that's what these kids work so hard to do, is not only be the champion from Wyoming, but to show off Wyoming in Wyoming and be a national champion.
Kind of a fun question for you here. Of course, every single one of these kids are competing to be national champions and win at the National High School Rodeo Finals. But how big is it to also come out of Wyoming as the state champion for these kids? How big of a goal is that for them?
Well, I think for most of them, it's the biggest goal they have. It not only sets them up for the national high school finals, but it sets them up for college. We have numerous college coaches that come and study and start recruiting our kids as young as being freshmen to help them get into a college to further their education, but to also compete at that CNFR that happens in Wyoming, ironically, and we are so proud. I am personally proud to be able to go to the CNFR and say that's one of my kids. That's one of my kids from Wyoming that I watched come through junior high, high school, and now they're in college. And I think that's a goal for our kids. And then ultimately to be a professional PRCA champion, and we've had those as well. So we are very proud of being able to maybe be the starting point or the basic starting point for these kids in an organized organization to be high school rodeoing.
You talk about the names that have come out of high school rodeo, and being a lifelong rodeo fan myself, I know that you don't necessarily have favorite riders or anything like that. You become a fan of the sport in general, and through that, there's certain people that you just gravitate towards. There's big names. There's always the name that's shooting up and kind of making a name for themselves. This year, it's the reigning junior high national champion, Hadley Thompson. She's had a great season. Tucker Caricato looks to defend his national championship. We got some really tight competitions. How much are you looking forward to this national? How much are you looking forward to this state championship week over in Rock Springs?
You know, I get really excited about it. I, unfortunately, this year have not been able to go to all the rodeos. I usually try to go to all the spring or most of the spring. So I've not been able to actually watch the kids, only see the results. So this is really exciting for me to get to come to Rock Springs and be there for the whole week and watch these kids. I know most of them personally. I've been involved with them. Many of them I've been involved with when their parents were in this organization, which might show my age a little, but it's very exciting to watch these kids go all year long, watch them have a bad weekend and pop back up, and then come to state finals and know that they've got to put 3 great runs together in order to qualify and to win that saddle that they want to win. And so it's exciting. It's always fun when it's a close call, when it's kind of in the bag, so to speak. It's good to watch, but it's not always as exciting as it is when you've got some challenges going on. And I see this year we do have some in some of our events. And you mentioned the Thompson, the Caricato. You know, I've watched these kids for years, and it's always a thrill to watch them come compete in the arena, because they will give it their best and they will do it professionally and with great sportsmanship. So it's always fun to come watch them.
I was going to say, if they're like many of the other rodeo athletes that we've seen on our little trip through high school rodeo this spring, not only are they great athletes, they're just great all-around kids. What can you speak to about that?
Oh, they're outstanding. I can't speak high enough about our kids. One of my greatest pleasures is when I get an email from a person that has nothing to do with the rodeo, and they're complimenting my kids. And I do refer to them kids, even though they're not my biological, they're all my kids, that helped somebody in a store by carrying their groceries, or helped somebody get in a car and they had their back number on. So that person knew they were part of high school rodeo. And I end up with that email. And that makes me so proud of not only the kids, but the parents for instilling all that into them. So they are always known for being there when someone is down, maybe a horse gets hurt or somebody's got a problem, and somebody will share that horse. There's not that competitive, you can't use mine because it's mine. It's here, let's see what we can do to help you have a good shot. And every one of these kids meet that goal. I'm really proud of all of our kids.
That is Dixie Huxtable. She's the National Director for the state of Wyoming for the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association. Miss Huxtable, it's been a pleasure talking with you. State Finals is here. Cannot wait to get to the arena and get started with the event starting this Tuesday with the boys and girls cutting and the Rain Cow Horse. Again, thank you so much for the time. Anything else before we wrap this up?
I don't think so. Just thank you for all your support. We reach out to all the fans in the area to come watch us. It'll be a fun time. It looks like the weather's going to cooperate. We pray that is always good, but we are from Wyoming, so we'll take it as it comes, and we hope to see everybody in Rock Springs this next week.
A big thank you to Dixie Huxtable, the WHSRA National Director. She was honored in the arena last night, telling some really great stories and really great examples of her dedication to not just the sport of rodeo, but the sport of high school rodeo here in the Cowboy State.
You know, she's been here for 36 years, according to what they did last night, and I bet she's seen everything that you could imagine.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to step aside. When we come back, we'll continue to get you set for this one. We'll also hear from the NHSRA. When we come back, you're tuned in to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, and, of course, presented by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming.
What is Uinta BOCES #1? It's your community college to pursue your degree or certificate. It's high school equivalency. It's CPR and other workforce training. It's cooking and computer classes. It's 3D printers, vinyl cutters, and other free tools. We're many different things to many different people, meeting the education needs of the place we call home. So what is Uinta BOCES #1? That's for you to decide. Come see us today and let us help you make your educational dreams come true.
At Cowboy State Realty, we are dedicated to helping you with all your real estate needs. You are moving to a new town for a new job. Your family has outgrown the house that you live in now. You're ready to take a leap and become a homeowner. Sell or buy your home with a realtor you can trust. At Cowboy State Realty, we are working for you. Call us at 307-200-4332 to schedule an appointment today. Cowboy State Realty would like to give a huge congratulations to the graduating class of 2023.
Ready has provided safety and excellence in industrial construction and support services since 1982. Our experts self-perform all phases of construction on new or existing structures, such as site excavation, access road creation, concrete foundations, welding, and the installation and maintenance of piping, tanks, metal buildings, and more. Our turnkey services will have your facility operational quickly and safely. Interested in joining our team? Visit ReadyUSA.com. We are ready.
We are chasing a dream, one that tests our grit, our faith, our courage. This dream calls us. It unites us. Here's to those who lead this life.
Welcome back to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, and presented by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming. Before the rodeo got started, we got to speak with someone from the NHSRA, Miss DD DeLeo from the National High School Rodeo Association. She's the advertising and broadcast director, and she spoke about the, among other things, the excitement that is circling around the world of rodeo right now, as it is in a place that it has not been before. And here is our conversation with Miss DeLeo. Here with DD DeLeo. She's the advertising and broadcast director for the National High School Rodeo Association. Miss DeLeo, thank you so much for joining us. And first question, I mean, high school rodeo it's a sport that is very, very different than other high school sports. But in your mind, what exactly sets high school rodeo apart from other high school sports?
Well, I think the development of and the generations of all the different kids, you might have an 8th grader, but then the 4th graders right behind him in the same sport. So I think the National High School Finals Rodeo, it brings family members in a big way together. I mean, I think you might have a dad that does soccer or a dad that does football and maybe a mom that does cheerleading. But with high school rodeo, it's the whole family. It's the entire family.
Rodeo really is a family sport. I mean, that's how I've been involved in with it. That's how I'm sure everyone has been involved with it. We are broadcasting the Wyoming High School State Finals Rodeo in Rock Springs. And when you look at Wyoming, there is a whole list of national champions. They've hosted national finals. They're going to host the national finals this year and next year as well. When you look at Wyoming, what kind of stands out to you about just the history of high school rodeo in Wyoming?
Oh, gosh, Wyoming and National High School Rodeo, they're just synonymous. I mean, Rock Springs, they've been a great partner. Gillette, Wyoming, they hosted our 50th, and now they're hosting our 75th anniversary of our high school finals. World champions like Brody Cress, they've come out of Wyoming. It's just a force. Wyoming is just a force to be reckoned with when it comes to rodeo stars, youth and professional. So they really cover, the 5-year-olds all the way up to the 25-year-olds. It's a really good partnership for us.
And these youngsters we're going to watch in Rock Springs this week, a lot of them are probably future world champions and future big names in the sport of rodeo. And rodeo has such a history. Of course, you think about the names, of course, Larry Mahan, Trevor Brazil, Ty Murray. Now lately it's Stetson Wright and that whole Wright clan. But what is your history with rodeo, if you don't mind me asking, Miss DeLeo?
You know what? I started with the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, and gosh, I'll just say 20 years ago, probably a little bit more than that. And then it's kind of evolved where I do some stuff for the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. The biggest thing I do, of course, is the National High School Rodeo Association. That's where my heart is. I've been with them. This will be my 24th year. And I also do the National Finals Rodeo program. So I've really got some pretty good experience. And I've seen these kids. I've seen the Duvals and the Wrights and Trevor Brazil's kids now are starting to rodeo. I really feel like I've become a grandma in the sport because they were competing when I first started, and now they're parents, and it's just become full circle. It's great.
If you don't mind me asking, is it kind of fun to kind of have that front seat to the future of rodeo?
Oh gosh, I mean, I tell you what, it's a thrill. It really is. I mean, when I see a little kid that's 4 or 5 years old, and next thing you know, and Brody Cress would be a perfect good example. Next thing you know, he's winning Cheyenne Frontier Days three times in a row, in his home state of Wyoming, and then he goes on to win a world championship. I mean, it's just, it's great. And like I said, seeing these kids evolve, I mean, you can't beat it.
Miss DeLeo, in the last decade, we've seen the sport of rodeo take massive jumps. Of course, you've got the Cowboy Channel, now the Cowgirl Channel, also the American, the WHSRA coming out as well. What excites you the most about where rodeo as a sport is heading?
Well, I could tell you the broadcast element, what the Cowboy Channel has done, and now the Cowgirl Channel, and Jeff Metters and Patrick Gosh, what those two have done to really to highlight the sport and showcase it. It's just we've never had a network that was strictly dedicated to rodeo programming, and that's youth rodeo, and that's rein cow horse, and that's cutting, and that's with the Cowgirl Channel, that's highlighting all the female accolades out there. They're just a huge part. The barrel racers are just a huge part. So not to mention you have the NBHA, the National Barrel Horse Association. You have these other really huge associations that feed into our associations. It's a great thing.
And not to mention, of course, we've seen just in the last 5 years, it seems like an explosion in the second Cowgirl event of breakaway roping. It seems like the rodeo is just growing and growing, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
No, it's not. And I will tell you that breakaway roping, we've had that since that was one of our original events. And not only do we have girls breakaway, but we also have boys breakaway. So on the junior high level, because we do have a junior high division, the boys start out with boys breakaway. So we've had breakaway. We started it. I don't want to say we started it, but as far as that event, that has been in our arsenal for years and years. And I'm really thrilled for these gals who work so hard to go down the road. They pay the fees. I'm thrilled that they're being included more and more and more with added money and having a finals in Las Vegas. So I think that's fantastic too. Again, it's just evolving and moving forward, and there's just no stopping it. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
And we are super excited to be a part of it by broadcasting the Wyoming High School State Finals Rodeo in Rock Springs. And it's going to be a awesome time. We cannot wait. That is DD DeLeo. She's the advertising and broadcast director for the National High School Rodeo Association. Miss DeLeo, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me. I know you're a very busy person, but anything else before we wrap this up?
I think the thing that I would end with is just that the National High School Rodeo Association, it's growing and growing. We're in 44 U.S. states, 5 Canadian provinces, Australia, Mexico, New Zealand. We have 1,800 sanctioned events, and we are going to go over the 14,000 mark, which is huge. It really is the largest rodeo association. That's professional and female and PBR. It is the largest rodeo association in the world right now.
A big thank you to DD DeLeo. She is the National High School Rodeo Association Advertising and Broadcast Director, and has been our partner in this whole endeavor that we've been working on to get high school rodeo on the air here in Wyoming, live on mylocalradio.com, and of course on demand with our friends at the Cowboy Channel Plus app.
Can't say enough about how much DD's helped us from the very beginning of when this was just an idea to walking through the steps to get on the Cowboy Channel and getting permission to broadcast the Wyoming State Finals. She's, I know she's busy, but she's always taking the time to help us out.
Well, we're 15 minutes away from rodeo time. Ground entry should be any minute. We'll be right back with it when we come back after this. You're tuned in to the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, presented by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming.
You're turning 65 and retiring and have no clue what to do about Medicare. You own your own business or don't have health insurance. You know you need life insurance and don't know where to start. At My Life Financial, we can help with all these insurance needs. From Medicare supplements to finding the right health insurance plan and even dental and vision. We've got you covered. Call My Life Financial at 435-557-3170. That's My Life Financial at 435-557-3170. We do it different.
Evanston Cowboy Days, the biggest little rodeo in the West, celebrates its 87th year this September 1st through the 4th. Chancey Williams kicks off the festivities on Friday, September 1st, and the next 3 days feature PRCA rodeos, live bands, vendors, and a live fish catch, and so much more. For more information and tickets, visit evanstoncowboydays.com.
Minutes away from the grand entry of round number 2, performance number 2 of the 2023 Wyoming High School Rodeo Association State Finals. My name's Elan Olliff, joined here with Matt Petrie, and we got all the events on tap tonight. The rough stock and the steer wrestling will be joining the events we saw this morning. It'll kick off with the pole bending, where Caitlin Moore bounced back big time after knocking over a pole. 7/100ths of a second off of a sub-20 run.
No, that's crazy. We saw her with the sub-20 run in April when we were here, and with that run, I was betting it was going to be a 19-something.
So Caitlin Moore looking to put the finishing touches on a state championship in the pole bending. Then in the goat tying, man, do we got a showdown. Rayleigh Caldwell and Hadley Thompson. Thompson, number 1, Caldwell, number 2, 1.5 points separate them.
You know, last night Hadley was a 678 and Rayleigh was a 672, so 0.06 of a second separated them last night.
And they'll be the first 2 out as well.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be fast when we get to the goat tying, and then in the tie down roping, we'll see Jace Mayfield, who won the round last night, trying to make moves in that all-around race and in the tie-down race. Currently trails Keaton Hayden in the all-around race because Hayden won the men's cutting, the boys cutting, going away, and then had a great run in the tie-down roping and did really well in the team roping as well, finishing second in that. So a night to remember for the man from Gillette.
And of course, Corey Baumhoff out of Cheyenne last night had a 11.69, so don't sleep on him either.
He is the number 1 man in the state right now. Then we'll have I believe we'll go to the saddle bronc riding after the tie down roping. No, we'll go to the bareback riding. No, we'll actually have the saddle broncs after the pole bending, and then only 2 scores recorded, a 70 by Rhodey Marsh and a 65 by Jake Schlappman.
Looking forward to that one. Jake's one of those guys you just love to watch ride every time he comes out.
And then it'll be in the bareback riding. The battle between Tucker Caricato and Rodeo Farrell will continue. Who's got the better horse tonight? That could very well determine what happens tomorrow.
You know, just as a viewer, and nothing against Tucker, but I'd like to see Rodeo win tonight and set up a little bit of drama for tomorrow.
And I'm sure Tucker would love to
I'm sure
put that one
I'm
away.
not saying that loud enough for Tucker or his mom to hear me, but
And then, of course, in the bull riding, Brinson Bartlett from Cheyenne looks to possibly be putting a finishing touches. The position that Bartlett has put himself in the bull riding is his destiny's in his own hands. He continues to ride. He's going to be just fine and take home that state championship buckle tomorrow afternoon.
You know, I expect Hayden Welsh to have something to say about that tonight. I think he was so close to a great ride last night, and I think he'll come out tonight and make one.
Don't sleep on Manila's Ashton Slaw either. He made a move jumping into second in the state last night. So it's going to be a lot of fun as we get ready for the colors presentation. When that happens, we will go radio silent, of course. Let's talk about, and actually that is going to happen right now. So we will go radio silent to honor our country.
Maybe.
Potentially. Hang on one second. Not sure what's going on. Actually, we're going to do the sponsor flags and then the color presentation. So the grand entry about to start.
These are all the folks that make this rodeo happen, so pay attention and visit them when you can.
And Cinch will come out, of course, one of the proud sponsors of the NHSRA. And then followed by Professional Choice. Of course, these are the big sponsors for the NHSRA, Bloomer Trailers, then Western Horseman.
All of these are the official whatever's in each of their businesses.
As
Buckles.
Gist Buckles will be next. They're
a national sponsor as well.
Weatherby.
And Weatherby, excuse me, will be next to come. And then Sloan Saddles.
Sloan's been with us for a long time. The official Saturday
As the flags make their way around the arena in preparation for performance number 2. And of course, the granddaddy of all of them, the PRCA, Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. This is the association that each and every one of these cowboys and cowgirls dream of being a part of one day. And then, of course, the AQHA, American Quarter Horse Association, coming out.
The true Western horse.
Yep. We want to thank each and every one of them sponsor flags.
So we'll now get ready to go radio silent for the presentation of the colors and the opening prayer here. That's something that has always made the sport of rodeo so unique, is the sport of rodeo, and is the opening prayer. And we are now going to turn it over to the American Legion of Rock Springs for the presentation of the colors.
Bill Stapleton, Sammy Tallon, Joe Tallon, Julie Wilson, Shanda Wood, Josh Schaaf, James Landwehr, Leonard Merrill, and Pat Craig are going to present you the colors this evening. They're from posts 24 and 28 right here locally in Rock Springs and Green River. We certainly appreciate them coming out, supporting our rodeo, presenting the colors for us. It's only fitting that we give back to them, as they are the longest supporter of the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association. We thank them for everything they have done. Well, tonight is a special night, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is the night that we pay tribute to all of our loved ones that's been lost in the last year. We try to do it each and every finals of our state finals here. And if you would please share in a moment of silence for us as I read the individuals' names that went before us. Rob Buckner, Spencer Nichols, Trish Hall, Jordan Cochran. Staff Sergeant Kyle McKee, who has killed in the line of duty. And we're going to release balloons for all the unspoken names that we may have missed that somebody in the stands is grieving tonight. They will all live on in the hearts of our rodeo family and the ones they left behind. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll have a prayer by Kyler Clark.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to gather at such a great event like this. We appreciate the fact that we can remember all our great memories and those we've lost over the years. Please allow our contestants to compete to the best of their abilities tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Well, thank you to the American Legion, and thank you to each and every one of you standing up.
That was a beautiful moment here at the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, as each one of those names were released. I don't know if you saw on the broadcast, but there was 4 cowgirls in the arena releasing balloons for every name that was read, and then released a whole bunch of them for the unread names. That was a beautiful moment. And Matt, I'm going to have to let you kind of talk about that for a second, if you would, because I need a minute.
One of our rights that we have because of the Stars and Stripes and the men and the women that have given their lives to give us freedom is to be able to come to a rodeo event like this. And there's not a thank you in the world that's ever going to cover that. But I'll just say it. Thank you very much to everybody who has served and continues to serve.
All right, it's now time for our pole bending, brought to you by Water of Life. Water of Life is a family-owned business serving western Wyoming and the surrounding region for more than 25 years, and improving and purifying your drinking water and air is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help you at 307-787-6800. As we get ready for the pole bending, and
we'll have Casey Carr out first from Jackson, followed by Audrey Kremer and Tessa Sanderson.
Yep, leading things off, here comes Casey Carr.
There she is.
From Jackson, here in the pole bending. Currently, your leading time is a 20.07 by Caitlin Moore. Oh, and Carr knocks down a pole. And now they're going to have to add 5 seconds to that one. Wow. Would have been a 20.902. Instead, it's a 25.902. I'll bring up Audrey Kremer from Cody. Hour next to go, 21:37, and a third place in yesterday's round, as this group performed in the morning yesterday.
They did. They set the standard for the whole week.
I don't even need to look at my day sheet, and I know it's Audrey Kremer. Tell me why.
Something about her hat.
Yep. Wearing a blue cowboy hat, and there it is. There she goes from one end to the other. Now begins going through the pattern. Great job by Kremer. Third place in round number 1. Hoping to improve that this coming time. And she knocks over 2 right at the very end. And it's going to be no day points for Kremer. But she gets the well-deserved round of applause.
Well, we're going to have to be at 32-271, 32-271 here. Well, the polls are set.
Kremer, by the way, number 5 in the States. That'll now bring up Tessa Sanderson. This was your winner from round number 1, of course, coming to us from Sundance. Am I correct on that? According to the day sheet?
Tessa Sanderson's out of Sundance.
Yep. She was the winner of round number 1, and after that, it vaulted her into 9th in the state. And here she comes. And just takes that one a little bit wide. Sanderson won round number 1 with a 21.285. Gonna have to be faster than that. 21.285 today. If she was able to duplicate it, would put her into 3rd place as she comes through. 23-0-21. That'll put her in 8th.
Ava Reno out of Gillette's up next.
Ava Reno, 16th in the round last night, 23.465. As Sanderson, so far the only one to crack the top 10 in this opening group of pole benders.
Ava will be followed by Jamie Adamson out of Buffalo and Callie Bowman out of Gillette.
Of course, Reno comes to us from Gillette. 23.465 was her time last night. And something's going on at that far barrel, as we've seen quite a few horses kind of go wide of it. Or far pole, excuse me. Quite a few horses go wide of it on that first pass, but a good recovery by Reno. Nice tight turns. But that one's too tight, and they're going to have to add 5 to it. As we await the time for Ava Reno.
Well, we're going to be at 30-0-23 here, 30-0-23.
30-0-23. Good enough for 12th fastest.
Well, on the polls, set Jamie Adamson. You're going to take us to the
I'll bring up Jamie Adamson, 9th place in the round last night.
Melanie, Catherine, Gracie, and Faye.
Jamie will be followed by Callie Bowman and Melanie Vigorin. And
I think I saw somewhere that Melanie Vigorin won the light rifle state title.
You're right.
And now here comes Jamie Adamson from Buffalo. Adamson, a little bit of a wide turn over that pole. And just brushed it with her hand, hit the next one with her shoulder. And Adamson's going to have to regroup. Jamie comes in as the number 6 pole bender in the state.
She broke the pattern.
She broke the pattern. Going to take it no time. So at number 6, you would think she's probably safe to make it to the short go tomorrow, but you never know what's going to happen.
I'm not sure any competitor tonight thinks they're safe.
Well, we're going to be at 35-0-39.
35-0-39. They will give her a time. And we'll go into a drag. So still in first place, it is Caitlin Moore in first with a 20.07. Hadley Thompson in second with a 26.52. Shada Lesmeister from Rosette in third with a 21.236. Carly Peterson in fourth with a 21.296. Jada Graves in fifth with a 21.376. Jordan Mormon in sixth with a 21.56. Ireland Campbell in seventh with a 22.973. Tessa Sanderson now moves into eighth with a 23.021. Cadence Bartlett bumped down to 9th, and now Tally Engel is on the bubble with points with a 25.695. But Sanderson, the only one entering the top 10 so far tonight. So Sanderson goes into 8th to be exact. It's good for 4.5 points right now. I'll bump Bartlett down to 9th. And Engel will be on the bubble with 10. Fortunately, that bumps Casey Carr off of the top 10. So our next pole bender after the drag, it's going to be Gillette's Callie Bowman.
Yep. Callie had a 22 and 9.54 last night, followed by Melanie Vigorin. She had a no time last night, so she'll be looking to improve on that, obviously. And then Catherine Weiss out of Farson with a 22.527.
22.954 would put her into 7th place if Bowman is able to duplicate that feat.
Well, we're going to go with Callie Bowman.
15 pole benders here in the evening performance of round number 2. Bowman, 14th in the round last night. Oh, and she's going to go wide. So now she's just going to try to concentrate here. Bowman in the state picture sits 12th, so we'll be hanging on for dear life to try to make it into that top 15 for tomorrow morning.
Well, we're going to be 23.078 here.
23.078. That will put her into 10th place. So Callie Bowman now is your new bubble. That'll now bring up Melanie Vigorin. Doing a good job here, directing it through. Melanie, 29th with, or 26 actually picked up no time and breaks the pattern here. Fortunately, that's going to do it for Melanie Vigorin. Already a state champion in the light rifle, I believe.
I think that's what we saw down below on the standings.
I took a picture of it, so.
No time, a broken pattern there.
Broken pattern there for her. And it is Vigorin who won the light rifle. While we're talking about it, Jessie Graves is your trap shooting state champion. Next up,
Catherine Weiss.
Yep, Catherine Weiss. Catherine, 8th in the round yesterday, comes to us from Buffalo. Currently sits 17th in the state, so a chance for her if she can pick up some points to get into that final 15 as Weiss comes through.
Well, we're going to be at 23.150 here at 23.
23.150 puts her into 9th. Next up will be Gracie Hardiman, 7th in the round. Last night, although we have a time assigned to her in round number 2.
We do.
We'll double check all that a little bit later on. Oh, and Hardiman's gonna bump a pole. Unfortunately, it's gonna be the end of the day for Gracie Hardiman.
Well, we're going to have 5, Gracie. You had a great time, but it's going to be a 26.401.
26.401 with a 5-second penalty. That's a shame for Hardiman. That'll bring up Faye Hillier, number 15, in the round last time. Tally Ingles, 21.279. Currently, the Casey Carr's 27.15. Oh, no, it is Tally Ingles, 2.79. Currently, the mark to beat as Faye Hillier from Kinnear, goes a little bit. Oh, just brushes that with the arm, and it's going to be +5.
Well, we're going to have to add 5. There's going to be 28.
And they'll have to add 5 to a 28.858. That is good enough for 14th. And it looks like we are going to drag now. So, in that top 10, it's Tally Ingle hanging on. Casey Carr actually Tally Ingle. Yeah, Tally Ingle still 10th. Cadence Bartlett is 9th right now. Caitlin Moore, though, still on top. There's been no change in the top 10 since that last crew came through.
Coming out after the rake, we'll have Abigail Olson, who had a 21.830 last night, followed by Katie Rice with a 22.834, and Riley Griffiths with a 22.750.
So going through the top 10, Caitlin Moore leads with the 20.07. We probably should have updated our ready results board on that. So Moore, though, with a blistering fast time. And it looks like the number 1 cowgirl in the state is going to be looking to take home 15 more points. She's for sure guaranteed a top 5 finish, as there is only 5 left, I believe. And that time by Moore. A 20.070. Impressive time there from Moore.
Well, our timers are ready. We're going to go with Abigail Olson. You're going to hear
Here's Abigail Olson. She's currently leading the barrel racing. So if anyone can get into the top 10, don't put it past Abigail Olson. 6th in the round last time.
If she can improve on that 21.830, she'll be right in the top 10 tonight.
21.830, if she can do that, that would get her into 7th place. Abigail Olson leading the barrel racing right now. She won the barrel racing last night, putting on a heck of a pole bending run here. Here she comes. It's going to be a fast time, but is it fast enough to get into the top 10? Has to beat a 20.531. 20.531. That'll put her in 2nd place. 20.531 for Abigail Olson, who has been great. That'll now set the stage for Katie Rice. Oh, and unfortunately, Rice bumps a pole. Abigail Olson just put down a blistering time, and unfortunately, Katie Rice runs into some problems.
Well, we're going to get 27.263 to
27.263. That's good enough for 19th place. Abigail Olson just put on a heck of a time. She comes in
The announcer cannot add, that is for sure. That's why I have great time
as the number 4 pole bending contender.
Riley Griffiths is up next.
Coming from to us from Wheatland. Riley, number 11, so just missed the top 10 last night. Definitely able to get going here. Only
she got a couple down here.
And that's unfortunately going to, oh man, oh, and it's falling apart here for Dally Wilson. Unfortunately, that's going to be plus 20. And they're going to give her a no time. So, unfortunately for the no time for, I believe that's Dally Wilson. Or is that Riley Griffiths? Riley Griffiths, excuse me. Now here's Dally Wilson. Dally, 27.607 in the first round, as they're lining up the poles where it needs to be. But Riley Griffiths was 11 last night. No time tonight, unfortunately.
That really hurts. These guys put all kinds of time and effort into training, and sometimes it just goes sideways on you.
After the next two pole benders, we'll have an idea of who is leading the average and who has won the event.
That is true.
Because they give out an event championship on Friday night, or that ends on Friday night. That way, everybody here has something to ride for, no matter if they are squarely in the top 15 or they just had an off season. You can have a great 2 days and still win the state finals event title. And then we have the average that'll be awarded tomorrow, and unfortunately that's a bump for Dally Wilson out of Jackson. Wilson with the 27.607.
Figuring out all the short round stuff. Well, we're going to be at 27.880 here.
27.880 for Dally Wilson.
We're looking for you.
That'll bring up Gracie Scogan, the final pole bender. So the regular season final pole bender, and when you look at who is winning the events right now, eyes point to Shada Lesmeister from Rosette with a 43.05 on 2, but still having her say in it is going to be our final one, Gracie Scogan. Scogan, 25th with a no time. She's going to get a time tonight. Great way to finish the regular season for Gracie Scogan.
Well, we're going to be at 22.493.
22.493. That will put her in the top 10. So how about that?
That's a great way to end the pole bending.
So unofficially, the event winner with a 43.05 on 2 head, Shada Lesmeister, but it's official. Caitlin Moore wins the round. As we'll bring up the final results. That's not what we wanted. But Caitlin Moore wins round 2 of the pole bending. We thought that she was going to have a bounce back. 20.07, Abigail Olson second. Hadley Thompson is third. Shada Lesmeister is fourth. Carly Peterson is fifth. Jada Graves sixth. Jordan Mormon seventh. Gracie Scogan eighth. Ireland Campbell ninth. And Tessa Sanderson hangs on and gets points in round number 2 as well. As we go to our saddle bronc riding, brought to you by My Life Financial. Life is always changing, which means your insurance needs change also. My Life Financial in Evanston, Wyoming can help you with all your insurance needs. Call My Life Financial at 435-557-3170. And it looks like we're going to get started in chute number 6. Waiting to see who that is. Here in the saddle bronc riding. But how about the performance by Caitlin Moore today? A 20.70 takes the lead. Abigail Olson, though, not to be trifled with. She goes in She takes second place, bumping Hadley Thompson down to third. Fourth place goes to Shada Lesmeister. McCoy Smith is going to be our first guy up in the Saddle Bronc riding.
Colby had a no time last night.
Only 2 scores in the Saddle Bronc riding yesterday, and it came from Rody Marsh and Jake Schlattman, the top 2 guys in the state, rode, and nobody else.
You know, one thing I got to say while we're waiting here is this crowd here tonight is great, and they're very appreciative of every kid that makes a run, whether they knock down poles or don't make a ride or whatever. They all get a great round of applause.
Absolutely, and it's been that way all week.
Once again, we're going to go with Colby Smith. He's going to be riding horse 105.
He's going to be on horse 105, it seems.
I want to thank Rick Harvey and his stock contracting company for bringing the time to that cow, as well as Forbes for bringing all these rough stock.
Colby's sitting in the number 4 spot in the state right now, so he's looking to keep that momentum going and stay right there.
The ones that fell off got bucked off.
It'd be big.
Last night. It was a cool night.
It was an eliminator type night last night.
They wanted some good ones. These boys, that's what they're going to be getting on at the Nationals.
As we get ready for the first rough stock event of the night, it's the classic Saddle Bronc riding.
One of the events that originated from the original ranch rodeos.
Yep.
It's like they're having a little problem with the horse down there in chute number 3.
He's going to be coming out of chute number 6.
Chute number, yep.
It's going to be Colby Smith.
Smith coming to us from Burns. And here we go, good mark out. And this Bronc giving Smith everything he needs. Great job here by Smith, looking for his first qualified ride of the finals. And there it is.
That horse darn sure bucked.
Great job there by Smith. He will have the lead going in to our next rider.
Well, we're going to have an unofficial score of 50. It's going to be 50.
50 for.
We're going to move to Ronnie Profit. He's going to be riding.
Here's Roan Profit.
That is chute number 5.
Coming to us from chute number 5. Good move here. Profit. Oh, loses his saddle. And that's going to be the end of the day for Roan Profit.
Put a new crease in your hat right there, bud. Well, unofficially, it's going to be a no score here. Going to be no score for Ronnie Profit.
It's going to be a no score for Profit.
We're down to Cole Crickmeyer.
Now they'll bring up Jackson's Cole Crickmeyer.
Of Colorado.
I believe Cole had a re-ride last night.
Yep. Got bucked off right before the bareback riding.
Cole comes in the number 6 spot, so he'll be looking to inch his way up a little bit with this ride.
Once again, we're going to move down to Cole Crickmeyer. Works both ends of the arena.
So Cole Crickmeyer, also a team roper. So that's a fun fact for you right there. Oh, and that Bronc gave him some trouble, but there's a yellow flag on the dirt, which means he missed him out, didn't have his boots on the shoulders of that Bronc, and it is a disqualification, unfortunately.
Some good ones. Heads up, boys. Heads up to the chutes. I want to thank our judges, Marty Jeanrue, Wade Wolstenheim, for being here and judging with us. They've been here a lot of years. They're some of the best in the business. And we were very, very blessed to get them to come up to our state final for Rodeo. They're good with the kids. They're good at explaining stuff. They're fair. They're honest. We're glad to have them.
Waiting to find out who the next bronc rider will be.
Consider some bad things that did not happen today. You did not wake from a recurring dream in which you're wearing a firefighter's helmet, a soccer uniform, and gold-plated tap shoes while also being late for work. And kids in Wyoming did not get measles, mumps, rubella, or polio. For the last thing
Trying to get that big paint horse out of here. He wants to get his extra moment in the sunshine.
Who could blame him?
How come it always seems like it's the paint horses that want to stay in the arena?
Well, they're fun little horses, you know.
Well, we're going to get old Payne out of here. We want to thank Sandy Bob and Jack. Sure glad to have them here with all these boys. They're good with the kids, good with the livestock. And I'll tell you, them boys ride good horses.
So in the saddle bronc riding, only one score so far.
76. One thing we can guarantee is these horses are going to buck when they come out of here.
Colby Smith leads it with a 50. Cole Creekmeyer was bucked off, and Roan Profit also bucked off. So we are through 3, if that is correct. Yes. Who's this next bronc rider?
Couldn't quite hear, but I think it might be Rodeo Marsh.
Once again, it's going to be Wyatt Knight.
It's Wyatt Knight.
Wyatt Knight.
From Gillette. Currently number 5 in the state.
Waiting for the nod of the head here.
There we go. And Knight, good mark out. Oh, loses his stirrup. And he comes down hard. Fortunately, that is a no score for Knights.
He come down pretty hard out there. We hope you're okay, Wyatt.
He's up and standing up, so that's good news.
Well, we're going to go down to Wyatt, let's see, Ryan Nunn.
Ryan Nunn will be our next bronc rider to play the game.
Ryan's had some good luck here in Rock Springs this year. Earlier in the year in April.
We're going to switch pickup horses here real quick. Give us just a minute. For those of you that wasn't here last
Ryan Nunn, number 3 in the state right now.
Miss Dixie Huxtable put in 36 years.
Still to come, Rodeo Marsh, who won the round last night, sits number 2 in the state, but Jake Schlappman with a chance to kind of put an exclamation point on his season here in 2023.
Absolutely, and I expect Jake to do it, but I'd like to see some of these other guys ride as well.
We got the goat tying coming up after this. But we still got plenty of bronc riding here in round number 2.
Of course, the goat tying will feature that battle between Hadley Thompson and Rayleigh Caldwell.
Nunn now on to a bronc. Coming out of chute number 2.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And Nunn with a great bronc here. Keep pulling, keep spurring. A real chance there. He made it. Ryan Nunn.
There's a flag on the floor.
Made all that effort and he
missed him out at the gates. Let's check it out on the replay board brought to you by Evanston Cowboy Days. Oh, it was such a good ride as well. Unfortunately, it's a no score. Now here's the number 2 man in the state. It's Rodeo Marsh. He won the round last night with a 70-point bronc ride. We're looking to do the same thing here in a minute. Currently leads the average, of course, with 70 points. But we'll see if he can make it 2 for 2 here at the state finals. Still to come, Jake Schlattman. Wyatt Knight was bucked off, correct? Or
Yes, he was.
Yep.
Well, when we get the old horse out, it's going to be Roddy Marsh.
So still to come,
We want to thank Wishful
Ty
Madison
Scarborough,
kind of taking
Roddy
on
Marsh,
the
and Jake
job
Schlattman. Marsh, the man they're setting up right now.
Roddy had a great ride last night.
70-point bronc ride in chute number 1.
We certainly appreciate his help. We appreciate each one of the directors that has taken on a
Setting
job.
up, lean back, good mark out. He made darn sure he got that one. And now he starts the spurring. Roddy trying to get the rhythm of this bronc. It's a little herky-jerky, and he makes the whistle. But might have gotten a little bit too close to the
Too close to the fence over
Yeah.
there.
but he's going to get 2 for 2 today.
We're going to have scores for Roddy Marsh. Well, we're going to have a new leader. How about a 68?
And a 68 for Marsh. And now he'll go to the lead, try to win back-to-back go-rounds.
Well, we're going to move down to last night's winner. We're going to move down to Jake Schlattman.
Jake Schlattman will be next, the number 1.
Shoot number 2, Ty Scarborough, right, no 31.
So already the same number of bronc rides that we had last night. And if Roddy Marsh bucks off, Jake Schlattman will overtake, or excuse me, if Jake Schlattman bucks off, Roddy Marsh will take Jake Schlattman by a mere 7 points tomorrow. If that happens, we'll see though.
Brought some big stuff this week.
There's a good horse.
Marsh, oh! Loses the saddle.
That was Ty Scarborough on that one.
Or sorry, yep, Ty Scarborough. And let's check it out on our Evanston Cowboy Days replay.
He's looking to make it 2. He's going to represent us out there at Nationals. His daddy, if you guys know,
And now,
right here in the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association, all the way to the
Jake Schlattman
in the bronc riding.
with a chance here.
Don't think he couldn't rope a calf.
Anything over a 68 ties up the championship for him.
Yep. Then again, you don't know if you can say that because Roddy Marsh is in the driver's seat for 15 more points than the average. So
that's true.
Things could get really tight here if Marsh, basically to take the lead of the average, he needs.
She's probably the best part of all week.
He needs 6 more points than Marsh. So he needs a 74-point bronc ride in order to take the lead of the average.
74 is not out of Jake's reach.
No, not at all.
He's ready to go.
Here he is, number 1 man in the state, Jake Schlattman. Nice looking bronc. And Schlattman putting this one on. He is going for the, he double grabs early, and that's going to be a no score. Wow. Look at it on the replay board. Wow. And just like that.
We had a double grab, is that right? Yes, sir. Well, we double grabbed.
Roddy Marsh has just unofficially taken the lead of the state standings and wins his 2nd round of the state finals.
And that certainly makes tomorrow a little more interesting.
Wow. Let's look at our final results board. And everybody, I think, is a little stunned about what happened there. Not sure.
This crowd is pretty quiet right now.
And I can't blame them.
Well, once we get the goat stake, we're going to move right into
as that does not does not happen.
Randy Caldwell, you're going to go first.
Let's look at the Saddle Bronc final standings in round number 2. Roddy Marsh wins it with a 68 points. Colby Smith is 2nd with a 50. Oh, there it is right there. As we get set for our goat tying, Brought to you by Evanston Cowboy Days, the biggest little rodeo in the West in Evanston, Wyoming on Labor Day weekend. Catch Chancey Williams on Friday, September 1st, and PRCA Rodeos with a host of other fun family events from September 2nd through the 4th, only at the Evanston Cowboy Days. Visit evanstoncowboydays.com for the schedule and to buy your tickets today.
Right out of the gate for goat tying, we'll have Rayleigh Caldwell, followed up by Hadley Thompson.
And this is what we have all been waiting for. The lead in the goat tying right now belongs to Casey Carr with a 7.35. So that is the mark that they will be looking to beat.
Following Caldwell and Thompson, obviously the tie on the goat is important in this event, but the girls that do really well have that flying dismount basically and land on their feet and get to that goat in a hurry.
And they can land it, most importantly.
Absolutely.
If I try that dismount, I'm headed towards the local hospital.
I would be face first in the dirt before you knew what was going on.
Hey, a big thank you to our presenting sponsor. We got Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports, Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533. Here's the number 2 cowgirl in the state, winner of the round yesterday, trailing by 1.5 points. It is Rayleigh Caldwell. Targeting that 7.35. Caldwell from Gillette. Here we go. And that looked fast, but is it fast enough? Let's see what the time is.
Well, we're going to be 8:16 here, 8.16.
8.16. So that will put Rayleigh
Hadley Thompson, you have here number 11. Cameron Ferry, around that. Katie Rice, Katie Hutchinson.
into 8.16. Puts her into 3rd place. Here's Hadley Thompson. Good dismount here for Thompson. We're going to tie this. That's fast. That is fast. Waiting for the time. 7:21, and Thompson takes the lead.
Cameron Ferry, you're going to be here, number 12. Katie Rice, you're going to be on deck. Katie Hutchinson, you're going to be in the hole.
So a 7:21 for Hadley Thompson puts her now at the top of the leaderboard. Who we got coming up next?
We got Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis next.
Now Farrell runs around just a little bit.
Nice run.
Good run there.
Well, we're going to be 8:65 here, 8:65.
So an 8.65. That will put her in what position, Matt?
Tell you here in just a second.
Katie Rice, you're going to be here at 13.
I believe it puts her in 7th. Now here's Katie Rice.
You're going to take us to 16 and Catherine.
Coming in. Got it.
Just about 6 more to go. About 6 more to go. Well, it is 7:62 here. 7:62.
7.62 for Rice.
Katie Hutchinson, you're going to be up here 14. Roddy Griffiths, you're going to be on that.
So good run for her.
You're going to be in the hole, Catherine Weiss. You'll finish this out at 17.
Seven and 62 will put Katie in 3rd today.
I'll now bring up Kaylee Hutchinson from Rosettes. Hutchinson last night was looking for it.
10 and 03.
10 and 03, good enough for 11th. Here comes Hutchison. Getting the tie in, and a good run there for Hutchison.
Great run here, too. How about a 7.31?
7.31, and she goes into the lead.
That should put her second behind Hadley.
Oh,
still.
yeah, sorry. The 7:35 is the lead from, or seven. Yep, sorry.
7:21 for Hadley and 7:31 for Kaylee.
Sorry, we have not updated that ready results board. We were in the process of it.
Riley Griffiths out of Wheatland will be next. She had an 11:56. Takes a little tumble there tonight.
So Hadley Thompson, the #1 cowgirl in the state, looking to create some separation. 10-62 for her.
16, Catherine Weiss, you're going to be on deck. Then you'll finish this out.
And 62 will put Riley in 14th. Corlin Slattery out of Rosette will be up next. She had 11:78 last night.
So Hadley Thompson currently your leader. Slattery coming in here, 15th in the round. Cowgirl trying to get the tie done and stops the clock. Gets a round of applause from the fans. 13:25 for Slattery.
Well, Katie Weiss, we're looking for you. You're going to finish this out for the second round of the goat time.
And then
Catherine Weiss out of Farson.
Yep.
She came in with a 10:83 last night.
Weiss looking to finish things off here in the goat tying. And got it to go.
Good run here. How about a 9:75?
9:75. Finishes the goat tying in round #2. And now we get set for the tie down roping as we give you your final results in the round for the goat tying. As Hadley Thompson wins it with a 7:21. Second place is Kaylee Hutchinson with a 10:03. Casey Carr third. Katie Rice fourth. Morgan Watts fifth. Rayleigh Caldwell sixth. Rosalind Heron 7th, Caitlin Moore 8th, Cameron Farrell 9th, and Grady Pendleton rounds out your top 10. As we get ready for the tie-down roping, brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Center, where our business is earning your trust. We invite you to experience the Les Schwab difference.
Our tie-down roping will start out with Cody Montgomery out of Pine Bluffs, followed by Cannon Campbell out of Shoshone, and Caden Rankin out of Gillette.
Right now in the tie-down roping, the top mark belongs to Royce Breen with a 10:75. Hadley Thompson, though, taking the go-round. Won herself 15 points. Second place is Kaylee Hutchinson, helping her case out.
Cody Montgomery's back in the back of the box right now. Looks like he's about ready to go. Here we go.
And Montgomery with a good catch.
Well, we got a good one started here.
That calf is not going to make it easy on him.
No, it is not. And he'll come off as the clock starts. Has to stay tied for 7 seconds. At 10:75 by Royce Breednez. Unfortunately, it looks like we have a broken barrier for our first Cowboy.
20:53 for Cody.
Caden Rankin, you're going to be on deck. Jet Longwell, you're going to be in the hole. Braxton Burford, you're going to be 3 away at 12.
Cannon Campbell will be up next.
Breeden.
Braxton Burford, you're going to be in the hole. Corey Baumhoff.
Caden Rankin had a no time last night as well, so he's also looking to inch up on that.
As he backs into the box, blue shirt.
Trying to get that horse settled down a little bit. The horse is ready to go, and Caden's not quite yet.
It all has to work together.
Here we go.
Oh, unfortunately, it's a no time as he misses that one.
Jet Longwell out of Thermopolis will be up next, followed by Braxton Burford out of Mitchell and Corey Baumhoff out of Cheyenne. Jet had a 16-64 last night.
Still everybody chasing that 10-75 by Royce Breeden.
There's a nod of the head, and here we go. Just missed him.
And another no time.
Braxton Burford, you're going to be up here.
I'll bring up Braxton Burford.
Braxton out of Mitchell had an 18-93 last night.
Still to come, Baumhoff, Corey Baumhoff, the #1 tie-down roper in the state currently.
As you probably know, our music is giving us heck up here. And I'm not smart enough to figure it out. So we're going to go with no music for a little while. I'm sure y'all are sick of hearing about that, but every kid over here is chewing my butt because we don't have any music.
And they're having a tough time with the music. We're just laughing.
Here we got a catch.
There we go. This could be big. Great flank here. Oh, misstrings him. And you hear the crowd go, oh, as that happens. And the run for Braxton Burford has to stay tied.
Well, we're going to be 16-72.
16-72. And now here's the #1 man in the state, Corey Baumhoff.
Cam Johnson and Hazen Camino. We're going to go.
Corey had an 11-69 last night, so he could easily move into that 10-second range.
10-75 is what everybody's looking to take down here.
Corey will be followed by Truett Jar out of Rollins and Carter Hutchison out of Rosette.
We're going to have Kim Peterson over there selling more raffle tickets. We're going to draw tomorrow. So
here we go.
And Baumhoff will be next.
That's one of the leaders in the seats right there. Let's give him a big hand, Mr. Corey Baumhoff.
Actually, Baumhoff will take a no time.
Don't see that happen very often for that Cowboy.
No, it is not.
Represent us, I'm sure, still at the national level. Mr. Corey Baumhoff. True Jury, you're going to be up here now at number.
True Jerry out of Rollins.
23.
Be followed up by Carter Hutchison and Talon Larson.
You're going to be the whole Cam Johnson. You're going to be 4-way.
Truett had a 20-10 last night.
Good enough for 14th place.
I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure that was a broken barrier.
Yep.
I can't believe you fun haters cheered for no music over there. If anybody has one of them dongles, you can bring it over here. We might get some more music back.
PA announcer asking for help with technical help for his music to get back on the air.
We need one.
Truett Giroux from Rollins. And a good early catch here for Giroux. Good run there. 10.75. Is it going to get close to Breeden?
Promising freshman right there coming up.
Only a freshman, so we are seeing him plenty of times.
Sure, I think you're going to like this, bud. How about a 10 flat?
10 flat. And the freshman goes to the lead. Truett Giroux is now your leader.
You're going to be in the whole hazing community. You're four-way.
Carter Hutchison will be up next here, followed by Tellen Larson and Cam Johnson.
I think I'm mispronouncing that name all week. I think it's
Jari.
Jari. We'll call it. What's about
Jari?
Jari.
All right, getting a little help from the crowd here, so it's Jari.
Can only do the best you can, and we're getting some great help. Great catch here for Carter Hutchinson. Another great freshman. Whoa, got speed jammed a little bit. And that's going to cost him a little bit of time, but that 10 flat by Truett Jari sits in the lead. Jari
Well, it looks like he's going to let him lay. It's going to be a 14-03. Good run.
in the standings. What does that do for
14-03 for Carter Hutchison?
Cam Johnson on deck.
Truett Jari sits right now 20th in the state. He could possibly move into the top 15 with a win here, depending on how things are going with people ahead of him.
All right. Tellen Larson out of Gillette's up next.
Third in the all-around race coming into today.
He was 6th last night with a 13:07.
And 10th in the state in the tie-down roping. He's the #1 header in the state, though. He'll rope later on tonight, too.
We'll see him again here shortly.
Yep. The breakaway roping is going to be right after this.
They sponsored our banquet for tomorrow night. They sponsored the food. Once again,
And then after the breakaway roping, we'll have the bareback riding.
stepped up time and time again.
Oh, and a great catch here for Larson.
If you see any veteran, tell them thanks for your service and thanks for all they do for us.
Let's sit well, and that's going to be a great time for Tellen Larson.
Toss it back to your horse. Try him on with a wrap and a hooey there. Let's see if it pays off.
He went fast on that one.
Says it's good. How about a 10-75?
10-75. That'll put him in third, I believe, in the round.
He is good on a pair. Cam Johnson, we're looking for you.
I'll bring up Cam Johnson.
Be your next 4.
10-75 ties Tellen with Breeden Carpenter from this morning.
We have our new queen out there, Slater Jones from Ogden, Utah. We got to meet her down there. What a nice young lady she is. We went a whole year without her.
As we get ready for Cam Johnson.
Cam's out of Buffalo.
Beautiful young lady.
And here he goes. Oh,
good catch here, but he's got to get the calf up on its feet and then flank. And this one's just sitting on him right now. And finishes the run off.
Well, the old calves are heavy when they don't help you. Kind of hooked on his leg there. We're going going to be a 20.97. Good hustle, Cam, 20.97.
20.97 for Cam.
Jason Camino, you're
So broken barrier.
Austin Dixie,
That'll now bring up Hazen Camino.
Jace Mayfield. Colson Myers and Kayla Espenshot will finish this out, and we'll move into the breakaway roping.
Hazen took a no time last night. Gonna try to right the ship there.
Hazen comes to us from Buffalo. He'll be followed by Austin Pixley out of Sundance and Jace Rourke out of Gillette.
Backing into the box, it's Hazen Camino. And he got no time last night. He's got a real chance now.
Come on.
Ties it up, and the
Yes,
clock
sir.
stops.
Hui as well. We'll see if that gamble plays off.
Only put on one wrap and
Nope.
Hui, yeah, and it kicked loose on him. Unfortunately, that is going to result in a no time for Hazen Camino.
Did we make it? Sorry, we was all looking down. No, sir. No, sir. It's going to be a no time. No time. The gamble
Unfortunately
did not
for
work that
Hazen
time.
Camino,
Austin
that is a
Dixie.
no time.
You're gonna be out
And I'll bring up
next.
Austin
Jace Rourke,
Pixley.
Jace Mayfield, Colson Myers, and Kayla Espenshine. You'll take us through the breakaway.
Austin's out of Sundance. Had a 21.04 last night.
'15th in the round last night. Is number 4 in the state, though. So this is a cowboy that knows this event, the breakaway roping, really, really well. Right now, everybody chasing Truett Jari with that 10 flat. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more tie-down ropers remaining here in round number 2. Austin Pixley puts one on slick there. Cap is going to be on his feet. That's great for him. Oh, struggles just a little bit with the flank. Come on, Austin gets there. Lays it down. Now trying to go for the tie. It's going to take 2 wraps and wraps it up.
Austin Pixley.
Austin Pixley will get 2 times and a final in that event championship, but oh, it's Cap's trying to get up on him though.
Well,
and we're good.
He was a fighter. 21 and 50.
21 and 50, so unfortunately, bit of a
You're gonna be next, Jason
problem there, and that'll now
Colson Myers and
bring
Kayla
up our
Espenshine.
next
You will finish this
cowboy.
Jace Rourke out of Gillette.
Jimmy Adamson, get it on your mind. Rodeo and Molly Allen.
Rourke yesterday, trying to find him on our.
Jace had a 15 and 75 yesterday.
Downtown, we went to get the flowers and
9th fastest in round number 1. So it took home 3 points last night.
It's in town and need some of that. We appreciate you support them.
Right now, if you were to ask me who looks the best in the average, I'd probably have to say probably Talon Larson with 23.82 on 2 head right now, as Rourke will come out. Oh, and he misses
Well done. It's going to be no time here.
it, and that's going to be a no time
Jace
for
Mayfield.
the Cowboy.
You're
Now
up.
here comes Jace Mayfield. Won the round last night. Sits number 2 in the state, and with Corey Baumhoff taking a no time, a chance for Mayfield to make some moves here. He trails the state standings.
Our state in several events and nationals.
117 Mayfield. 5-point difference between the two of them. Mayfield won the first round with a 9-35. So big opportunity for Mayfield to go to the front in his second event. He's in the front of the steer wrestling right now as well.
I would not be surprised at all to see him under 10 seconds tonight.
He was last night, yesterday morning actually, with a 9-35. And now here's Mayfield. Puts one on early. Good looking run here for Mayfield. Oh, great job there. It's going to be very close. What's your impression, Matt?
You know, that could be a sub-10 right there.
Waiting for the time as the calf stays tied.
Well, we're going to be at 10-07.
10-07. So second place, but Mayfield definitely your leader in the average now.
Oh, yeah. He's a 1942 in the average.
And with that, you can pretty much pencil him in as your new leader in the tie-down roping.
Good work, Jace Mayfield. Proud of you, bud.
All right. Next up, we got Colson Myers out of Buffalo.
We're going to be coming to you, Jimmy Adamson. You're going to be gunner. Ronnie Alameda, Molly Allen, Morgan Watts, Carly Davis will be your top 5.
Colson third in the round yesterday, so he has an opportunity to make some moves in the state standings. He's 12th, so anything can help him get into that top 15 after tonight would be grateful, or keep him in that top 15, really.
Had a 12-82 last night, and that should keep him there for tonight if he gets a similar score.
But with a 10 flat, he's not that far away from the lead either. Colson Myers out of Buffalo, our next Cowboy to go.
Good early catch on this calf.
And the calf is up. Good flank. If he can get the feet clean, he's got a chance. This could be good. Make sure it's going to stay tied. Doesn't take any risks on that one. Waiting for the time for Colson Myers, 13-06. And then our final tie-down roper from Big Piney, Wyoming. It is Cade Espenscheid. Cade took a no time last night, Cale rather took a no time last night.
Well, this will be our last tie-down roper.
Last tie-down roper of the regular season. And then we'll get going with the breakaway roping. Here we go, Espenscheid puts one on. He got a no time last night, looking to get something today. To get into that top 10.
Left hand, there you go, good job.
To get into the top 10, he's got to crack 13-06. Is that going to happen for Espenscheid in his final tie-down run of the 2023 season?
Could be close.
Needs to crack a 13-06.
Oh,
and the calf gets up. And it's a no time.
No time here for
So that ends our tie-down roping.
Jimmy, Roddy, Molly, Morgan, and Carly.
Final results, it is a good day for the freshman from Rollins, Truett Jari, winning the round with a 10 flat. Jace Mayfield second with a 10-7. Royce Breeden third with a 10.75. Talon Larson third as well with a 10.75. Alan Bellis fifth with an 11.06. Bodie Coombs sixth with 11.2. Keaton Hayden seventh with an 11.74. Sid Peterson 8th with a 12-12. Ryder Mormon 9th with a 12-64, and Colson Myers rounds out the top 10 with a 13-06.
Fast times tonight.
Time for the breakaway roping, presented by Ready. Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982. As they're doing a extra run here in the tie-down roping to kind of finish off the calves here. But in the breakaway roping, currently your leader, it's Kaylee Hutchinson, who won the round last night with a 2-27. 2 for 2 here.
53, 2-53.
2-53. Won't put her in the lead.
Riley Alameda, you're going to be up here.
That'll now bring up Riley Alameda.
Morgan Watts, Carly Davis, Casey Kosmicki.
Our next cowgirl to go. 2-27 by Kaylee Hutchinson. She won round 1, looking to win round 2 as well. But how about the freshman from Rollins, Truett Jari? Remember that name. He picks up 15 points tonight.
Riley had a 3-42 last night. She's ready to go.
And, oh, it's going to be a no time for Alameda.
In no time here. Molly Allen, you're up. Morgan Watts, you're going to be on deck. Carly Davis, Casey Kosmicki.
That'll bring up our next cowgirl.
Molly Allen out of Cheyenne.
Allen pulls into the roper's box.
She had a no time last night.
Okay.
Molly will be followed by Morgan Watts out of Eden, Carly Davis out of Buffalo, and Casey Kosmicki out of Yoder.
Waiting Molly Allen's run here.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh, and the loop just falls short.
Well, it's going to be no time here.
It's going to be a no time for Molly Allen. That'll now bring up Morgan Watts.
Cedar Stewart, Grayson Cheney, and Shada Westmeister will be the next 6. Next 6.
Excuse me, Morgan had a 3 flat last night. Looking to get into that 2-second range.
That 2-second range is where you need to be to challenge the leader right now, Kaylee Hutchison.
Morgan will be followed by Carly Davis out of Buffalo, Casey Kosmicki out of Yoder, and Cedar Stewart out of Big Piney. Here we go.
And, oh, the loop was too big. It was right where it needed to be. And that calf literally just ran through it. No time.
Carly Davis, you're up. Casey Kosmicki.
I'll bring up Carly Davis. Our next breakaway roper. As they await that one. The top 15 in this event, as well as the other events, will be going to the short go tomorrow. And there's the round of applause as the music is back.
Here we go for Carly. Oh,
no time.
She was trying to be quick on that one.
Casey, you're going to here. Cedar, you're going to on that. Kate, Grayson, Shada.
Casey Kosmicki will be up next. She had a 3 and 81 last night.
As right now we're in the process of updating those state standings in the tie down, and we'll tell you about it in the post performance, but we got some movement for sure.
Casey will be followed by Cedar Stewart out of Big Piney, Grayson Cheney out of Mitchell, and Shada Lesmeister out of Rosette. Well, just threw it a little bit wide.
It's a no time, unfortunately, for Cedar Stewart.
Grayson Cheney out of Mitchell will be next to go, followed by Shada Lesmeister and Brenna Herring out of Veteran.
A 3.9 for Cheney in round number 1, 17th fastest. Still chasing that 2 and 27. Set by the round leader, Kaylee Hutchinson. She won round 1. Looks very strong in the average, but still some big names to come in the breakaway roping.
Shada Lesmeister will be up after Grayson here.
Audrey Kremer, Cameron Farrell, Caitlin Moore, big names in the breakaway roping still to come. But it's Grayson Cheney.
Just shook that one off.
It's a no time for Grayson Cheney.
Shada Lesmeister out of Rosette would be next. She had a 4:55 last night. Or sorry, yesterday morning, I guess. Shada will be followed by Brenna Herring out of Veteran, Addison Greemsman out of Warland, Ireland Campbell out of Shoshone.
Made it into the top 15 yesterday, or 20 rather. Shada Lesmeister with a 4:55, 18th to be exact. Shada.
Here we go.
Trying to end her season on a high note. And, is that an illegal head catch? I believe it might be.
Well, we're going to be at 3:53.
Actually going to give her time, 3:53. So an improvement by about a second. Great job there by Shada Lesmeister. I think that was that Shada Lesmeister?
That was Shada.
Yeah, that'll bring up Brenna Herring, our next breakaway roper.
Moving right along, what a wonderful evening it turned out to be. You know, it started off a little rough. We was going to do senior presentations and have the clean do a lap, and it was.
Brenna Herring had a 3 and 02 last night.
It turned nice.
7th in.
Shada's going to be at 3 and 97.
Sorry, 8th in the first round.
Brenna Herring here, up here.
Brenna, 7th in the state coming into tonight.
Valley Wilson, Audrey Kremer, get it on your mind. We're going to be 4 away.
Brenna Herring will be next. I think I was Shada Lesmeister who had the 3 and 93. Oh, and Herring puts it on here.
Good job, Brenna. How about a 2 and 91?
291 for Brenna Herring.
That follows up her 302 last night.
Arlen Campbell, Callie Wilson, Audrey Kremer.
Still chasing that 227 by Hutchison. I'll bring up the Warland cowgirl, Addison Greemsman, our next roper. Greemsman, no time yesterday. And unfortunately, she'll take a no time here tonight. I'll now bring up Ireland Campbell, our next to go.
Ireland will be followed by Dally Wilson out of Jackson and Audrey Kremer out of Cody.
Ireland
had a no time last night.
Coming to us from Shoshone. And Campbell on that pretty horse, not able to make a time happen for her.
Missed.
No time here. Dally Wilson, you're going to be up next.
Dally Wilson out of Jackson, followed by Audrey Kremer out of Cody and Cadence Bartlett out of Cheyenne.
Dally Wilson, no time last night. As she pulls in to the box. Wilson.
Getting that horse set in the back of the box.
As Kremer will be up soon. You can see that trademark blue cowboy hat that sticks out from anywhere. I'm just looking for it now.
You can see her anywhere on the rodeo grounds.
Yeah. Dally Wilson from Jackson. Young cowgirl trying to put it on. Oh, and just goes wide. No time.
Have Audrey Kremer out of Cody next.
I could have told you that.
I think you just did. Audrey was a 3 and 55 last night.
Good enough for 12th fastest in the first round. Audrey comes in as the number 10 breakaway roper in the States. Will try to stay in that position. In order to crack the top 10 here in the round, you need to beat the 3 and 24. Or check that. You need to beat the 3 and 22. Nope. Sorry, 3 and 18 by Casey Carr. Here comes Kremer. Oh, and she was going for a fast run.
She was.
Just off the mark.
Cadence Bartlett,
Cadence Bartlett out of Cheyenne will be up next.
No time last night.
We'll move into that. Bareback bronc riding.
Cadence will be followed by Rosalind Heron out of Gillette and Caitlin Moore out of Wright.
We'll have the bareback riding after this. Tucker Caracano, Rhodey Farrell, round 2 at the state finals. as Bartlett comes from Cheyenne. Wonder if she's related to Renson Bartlett.
I would almost bet on it.
Both from Cheyenne. Brenson, of course, the leader in the bull riding right now. Cadence Bartlett looking to put one on one, and oh, it just figured 8 around the snout of the calf, and that's a no time.
Rosalind Heron will be up next. She had a 3 and 52 last night. Good for 11 yesterday. Rosalind will be followed by Caitlin Moore out of Wright, Haley Finner out of Moorcroft, Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis. And the final cowgirl tonight will be Devlin Cole out of Sheridan.
Heron just missed the top 10 last night, or yesterday morning really, finishing 11. Comes in looking for her first points of the season according to our unofficial standings.
What a place to get them.
Yep. And how about that?
There you go.
Is it going to get her into that top 10? She's got to beat a 3 and 18.
3 and 28.
3 and 28, just outside of the top 10.
Haley Fenner, you're going to be on deck. Cameron Farrell. Devlin Cole finishes out. 4 coming to you, Bronc Riders.
All right, Caitlin Moore will be up next here.
And this is a big name for obvious reasons, of course. Moore took a no time last night, and in the breakaway roping, she's currently outside of that top 15, so most likely the final breakaway roping run for Moore, who really lives for that pole bending and the barrel racing.
Absolutely. She's an all-star in the pole bending.
Trying to get a time here.
Got that horse settled back in the box and about ready to go here.
Moore back in that thing into the box, nods the head, here we go. And Moore just throws it a little early, and unfortunately that's going to be a no time. That'll now bring up
Haley Fenner out of Moorcroft, Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis, and the final one will be Devlin Cole out of Sheridan. Haley had a no time last night.
15th in the state, needs some points here if she's going to make that short go. And extend her season one more day in the breakaway roping, that is. Fenner puts one on, oh, and it slips on and off the head. It's another no time. Fortunately, that's going to do it.
That'll bring up Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis.
You're now Devlin Cole, you're going to be on deck. Bareback Riders, we got 2 coming to you.
Cameron comes in, finishing 20th last in round 1, 7:38. And looking to add to her 14 points in her final breakaway run of the season. Here we go. And that's going to be a time for Cameron Farrell. Looks back, checks on the barrier. Took a run at it. Waiting for the time.
13:31 with that.
Broken barrier, 13:31. The way she looked back at it, she kind of had a feeling as now it'll set up Devlin Cole. No time last time up. And the Sheridan Cowgirl probably doing her final breakaway run of the season. Here we go. And Cole
There
puts
you
it
go.
on. That's going to be a fast time. Question is, did she clean at the barrier?
Wow, how about this? How about a 2:72?
2:72. That's a heck of a way to end your season. And that'll put her into 5th place.
Tonight you heard me bragging on a bunch of Bareback riders. We do have a national champion. Mr.
So,
Mercado was last year's national champion. What we like to call a world champion, because we invite everybody to the National High School Rodeo Finals, so he would be the world champion.
Breakaway roping. End of round number 2.
We have a lot of kids that can really ride bareback horses. So you want to watch this event?
It's going to go to Kaylee Hutchison for the 2nd round in a row. She wins it with a 2:27. Obviously, your leader in the average, Jamie Adamson, is 2nd.
All right, that's going to do it for the breakaway.
With a 2:53. Camry Davis 3rd. Hadley Thompson 4th. Gracie Hardiman 5th. Devlin Cole 6th. Brianna Herring 7th. Carly Peterson 8th. Sydney Jones 9th. And Rayleigh Caldwell shuts it down the top 10. So a good run for her as we get set for the bareback riding. Brought to you by My Life Financial. Brought to you by Waihi Federal Credit Union. Visit Waihi Federal Credit Union in Lyman, Green River, Cheyenne, Casper, and right here in Rock Springs for all your new and used auto loans, personal loans, business and home loans. Waihi Federal Credit Union, we're with you.
Some good ones. I think there was only 2 that didn't ride. That's some great bucking horses and some great bucking horse riders.
As we're going to get set with the first bareback rider of the night.
We're going to start with Grady Edwards. He's going to ride on sheet number 3. He did draw the horse 9 to
Grady
10.
Edwards will
9-10.
Grady Edwards will be up first out of Gillette.
I can promise you, these horses dang sure buck. We got some bucking horse riders, so it's a heck
Grady
of
had a
fit.
67 last night.
And Grady hanging on here. And he will make the whistle.
Well, we're going to have a qualified ride, I believe.
He'll
We'll look at the judges to get us a score.
look for that first qualified ride. It'll go to Grady Edwards.
Well, I think you're going to like it. How about a 61?
A 61-point ride for Edwards. And that'll put him in the lead, currently on in the bareback riding.
I think we're going to move down to Jacob Cook.
Jacob Cook out of Green River had a 57 last night.
Doesn't need to improve that much to go after Edwards.
I believe he's going to be on his sheet.
Bareback rider.
Number 4, maybe right down below here. Is that where we're going? Yes, sir.
Micah did not have a qualified ride last night, so he'll look to turn things around today.
492. Forbes did bring us some great bucking stock.
Micah will come out of chute number 4.
Once again, we're going to go with Micah Coe.
Micah Coe's out of Cheyenne. Made the trip across I-80 to be here.
Over here, getting us all lined out. Thanks to Thorpe for coming over here and flagging it as well. Thorpe Thompson is our arena director.
And
Brennan Bartlett is taking on the
Coe,
Russ side to get everybody lined out. He's done a
of
great
course,
job at it.
here at the state finals. Bucked off last night. Would love to nothing more than to make up for that.
Come on, Micah, let's make a ride.
Coe needs that horse to just settle in.
There you go. Oh. leaning back and sat back up again.
Can't be sure, but it looks like the horse might be giving him a little bit of a hard time.
Here we go.
And a good ride here, staying center of that horse, hanging on. Coe looking for his first qualified ride at the state finals, got it.
He is in a bind. Cowboy, you're gonna have to let go, bud.
Oh.
And Micah.
The best in the business down there.
Get to your feet, bud.
Got to his
there
feet,
we go.
and he's okay. They grabbed that horse.
That right there. There ain't no amount of money you can put on that right there. That's why
And
we hire those guys. He may
Micah
be a
Coe
little bit hurt, but I'll tell you
might be a
what,
little hurt. He's getting helped up
they
right
saved
now.
his life right there.
He got his first qualified ride at the state finals, but
Boys, good job. Sandy Bob.
they're going to help him out
Yes, sir. Jeff,
right now.
man, good work. Well, you did score 56, Cowboy. I know you can
56
do
for
this,
Micah
man.
Coe.
All right, Micah.
Let's give a big hand to
So
these
that'll help him out.
two pickup man right there. You saved that young man's life. That's why we hire him right there.
As the pickup men get a round of applause for helping out Micah Coe.
They don't call them Cowboy Lifesavers for nothing.
Absolutely. And that is for Micah Coe going to be a 56. Puts him in
second right now.
And then do we have another qualified ride as well? In
We
third?
don't.
We don't,
No.
okay.
Jacob Cook left a little early. Or no, he double grabbed.
Double grabbed, yeah.
For Micah down there. We're going to get him checked out. We got orthopedic centers of the Rockies here. We're glad to have them. Glad that they're here. If you need some assistance, please go see her down there. They are one of the top in the
As
nation for orthopedics.
Micah Coe is being treated right now, we have no doubt that he is in the best hands possible.
We're going to get him checked out.
They have great medical personnel just outside the arena, just in case.
60. Riding horse number 60.
Didn't hear who this was. This is Ian Smith
Come on, Ian.
on a nice paint horse, and he's putting on some spurring. Looking good here, and this could be a lead change. Great job by Ian Smith.
Well, they say he missed him out.
Oh, they say he missed him out. Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, it's all for
that will be a no score for Ian Smith.
Another paint horse wanting to take his trip around the arena.
Now here's Rodeo Farrell in chute number 6.
He's going to represent us at Nationals. He represented us very, very well last year.
Be
Top
next
10
to go.
finisher, I believe, is a heck of a bareback rider, Rodeo Farrell. We're going to miss him. He is a senior.
Rodeo Farrell, the senior.
You guys good yet? You good? One more? Okay. We're going to go one more right here.
Actually,
Before we change horses.
they're going to change horses.
Horse number 22.
Rodeo Farrell on horse number 22.
He is very, very impressive.
Farrell, second in the round last night, and it could come down to the draw tonight between him and Tucker Caricato.
Absolutely.
The bareback rider about went away in the state of Wyoming here for a couple of years, and he is coming back strong.
Waiting to see what he does here.
Rodeo's laying back here, so he should be coming out here shortly.
Farrell.
Here we go.
Sits in, and here we go. One of the best in the country. Farrell, good bronc here. This is a real chance for Farrell to show off. Nice spurring here by the man from Thermopolis. And it's an easy qualified ride for Rodeo Farrell. We'll get him down to the ground, and then check this out on the Evanston Cowboy Days scoreboard. Look at this, Evanston Cowboy Days replay. Look at this, a great ride by Rodeo Farrell. 70 points for Rodeo Farrell. How about that? And he will shoot to the top of the. Here we go. The one that we have been looking forward to.
This junior from Saratoga, Wyoming, is a very talented young man.
He's a junior, so he's got one more year in the high school ranks. Tucker Caricato with that almost a trademark red feather now in the cowboy hat.
It has truly become that.
Well, it looks like we got our pickup man back. I'm going to give some instructions down here.
And just like last night, all eyes on the reigning high school world champion.
This young man's got a bright future ahead of him in the Bareback riding. Reigning world champion.
Tucker Caricato.
From the WHSRA. He sure is fun to watch.
Setting up right now.
He stays healthy. The sky's the limit.
Chasing Rodeo Farrell, 70-point ride, 80 points for Caricato last night. Can he duplicate it? Here we go. And this is a horse that'll let him do it. Look at this, Caricato getting thrown around a little bit here, and he hangs on. It'll be an 8-second ride. Now, is it enough?
Heck of a bareback ride for Tucker.
As they're going to get Caricato safely on to the ground. But a great job by Tucker Caricato.
It's only fitting, I guess. He's going to tie with his good friend Rodeo Farrell. It's going to be a 70.
Are you kidding me? It's a tie. Oh my goodness. It's a tie-in. I got to figure out what they do for the round points for that.
I believe they split them, but I'm not sure.
And that'll now set up Chaz Dewey, our next bareback rider. But how about that? Rodeo Farrell and Tucker Caricato tied for the lead. This sucker's going all the way down to the finish.
That is only fitting. All right, Chaz Dewey out of, let's see, where's Chaz? He's out of Carlisle. Came out with a 47 last night.
Once again, we're going to go with Chaz Dewey. He's going to be riding out of chute number 3.
Tucker Caricato and Rodeo Farrell tied for the lead. It really couldn't have come out any perfect.
That's not the first time they've tied this year either.
As one of my dad's favorite songs, Charlie Pride's Kiss an Angel Good Morning, plays on the loudspeaker.
Doesn't get much better than Charlie Pride.
Nope. My dad would say the same thing.
Got a chance to see him quite a few years ago in Castle Rock, Colorado.
Oh, that's a treat right there. Current bareback rider is
Chaz
Dewey.
Out of Carlisle.
Yep, from Carlisle.
And then we should have Kale Rosewadowski. That's a hard name for me.
Yep.
Here we go with Chaz.
Chaz Dewey. Good mark out here. And it turns back towards the chutes. And Dewey with a qualified ride. And
Colby, what are you doing? Look like he is horse fighting down there.
Had a young man get chased down the fence by that horse.
And great dismount there by Chaz Dewey, grabbing that one without that, as we'll go to the Cowboy Days replay board. Look at, you can see it on the replay. Look at the young man running from the horse.
That's one way to get involved in the rodeo.
On to chute number 6 is where our next bareback rider will come. Or sorry, chute number 1. Sorry. 46 with an option of a re-ride. We'll see if he takes it.
Well, we're going to move down to Kale Roswadowski.
Here's Kale Roswadowski.
There we go. Had a little help from the PA announcer there.
Took me an hour and a half to pronounce that name. I've been working on it since yesterday, actually. Well, we're trying to get old paint put away here. He's not wanting to go home very bad.
You know, by my count tonight, that's about the 5th paint horse that's taking a victory lap.
Right.
Directors and a couple of gate pullers. He don't want to go home.
In the bareback riding right now, it's a tie between Caricato and Rody Farrell with 15. Who's in second place?
Second place tonight would be
Micah Keogh? Or
Grady Edwards.
Grady Edwards, of course.
And then Micah Keogh would be in 4th. Chaz Dewey's currently in 5th, but he has the option for the re-ride.
Yep. That is a lot of horse on the front end of you.
Roswadowski is out of Gillette. And be the next to go here.
Paints want to jump that fence. You boys watch it back there.
As soon as the good old paint horse decides to get out of the arena.
He'll get let in now. Good job, boys. He just needed a little, he's nylon deficient. Thank you, boys. Let him get another rope here. Let our pickup man get his rope. Before we move on here. We got one left, Kale Roswadowski.
Kale Roswadowski, the final bareback rider. And then we will go to the steer wrestling. Here we go. Roswadowski.
Good ride going so far.
Is that one? Horses like to go towards the fence tonight, as he will hit the ground, and he's happy with that. Let's check it on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board. Good ride there.
Kale's happy with that one.
I don't blame him one bit, as that horse will get escorted out of the arena.
Well, these scores are unofficial, but how about a 3-way tie? How about a 70-point bareback?
Are you kidding me? A 3-way tie.
Kale Roswadowski. Good ride, Cowboy. So we're going to have that reride.
Wow. There's still a ride to do.
Rigging down on this reride, and we're going to do it right now.
It'll be right now. So we're not done with the bareback riding yet, or the Sal Bronc bareback riding yet. Steer wrestling will be next. So I just asked the legendary Dixie Huxtable, how do they split up the points in a go-around tie? She says first place plus second divided by 2.
First plus second.
So that would be 15. 28.5 divided by 2.
14.
That's 14.25.
28 divided by 2?
28.5 divided by 2.
28.5, all right.
So that would be 14.25. But if a 3-way tie, do you add the third place and then divide it by 3? We're going to hear from Miss Huxtable on that. But,
all right. We got Chaz Dewey one more time tonight.
Roswadowski, though, with a 70-point bareback ride.
We're glad to have Jet and Sandy Bob here.
So should we just get ahead of the game and see what happens if Chaz scores a 70 as well?
I'm guessing if she says it, I asked her same with a 3-way tie, and she says no, add third place. Then I'm guessing it's a 4-way, then you add fourth place. But if you do add third place, then it's 28.5 plus 12. That's 50 points divided by 3.
I'll let you go ahead and do the math on that one.
50.5 points divided by 3, yeah. Yeah, I'll have fun with that. So Chaz Rozwadowski sits in a 3-way tie with Rody Farrell and Tucker Caricato for the lead. Ian Smith, though, with a chance here.
You might want to visit. We thank them for being here within teams for.
That should be Chaz Dewey on his re-ride, right?
Yep.
The Queens and our rodeo.
Sorry, Ian Smith double grabbed. Right.
It's sure nice for the kids to be able to go over there and spend a gift certificate.
So as it sits right now in the bareback riding, 3-way tie at the top between Rody Farrell, Tucker Caricato, Kale Rozwadowski. Grady Edwards sits in 4th, Micah Coe in 5th. Chaz Dewey is getting ready to take his re-ride. In the average, Tucker Caricato leads by Rody Farrell by 5 points right now. Either way, going in, no matter what, going into the championship round tomorrow, it's going to be a 14-point competition, a 6-point lead for Caricato going into the final day of the bareback riding tomorrow.
And from everything that we've heard, Caricato and Farrell are best of friends, so I can only imagine their conversation tonight.
Yep. Both Farrell top 10 at the at the national finals last year. Caricato, of course, won the whole blasted thing.
You know, if Tucker was nice, he'd let Farrell win the nationals this year since he's a senior. But, you know, I'm sure Tucker's a nice kid, but I don't see that happening.
When you have an opportunity to be a 2-time world high school champion, or maybe even a 3-time world high school champion, I don't think you give up that opportunity. Plus, Farrell wants to take it from him. He doesn't want to give it.
That's true.
Chaz Dewey from Carlisle.
And if I was in Tucker's boots, I would not give that up.
Sits number 4 in the state standing. So right now he is the man that could be going to the national finals.
Our PA announcer's gone a little old school on the country tonight since he got his music back.
Yep. Eddie Rabbit now.
Eddie Rabbit.
Hey, for a millennial, I'm not doing too bad on this classic country quiz, am I?
You know, I think you might study up on it or something when I'm not watching.
Bareback riding presented by YI Federal Credit Union. Visit YI Federal Credit Union in Lyman, Green River, Cheyenne, Casper, and right here in Rock Springs for all your new and used auto loans, personal loans, and business and home loans. YI Federal Credit Union, we're with you. Our headline sponsor is Addictive Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addictive Power Sports' selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addictive Power Sports, Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533.
And then of course, we want to say a big thank you to everybody watching us on mylocalradio.com tonight.
And, of course, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app.
In case you haven't been back to the Cowboy Channel Plus app, they have all of the performances of the state finals right up through this morning's online and available for you now.
All right, so if my math is correct, a 3-way tie results in each of them getting 13.5 points. And you know who that helps the most? Helps Kale Rose-Wadowski a heck of a lot. By the way, these standings, these numbers we're going to present at the end of the night, all unofficial. But
all right, looks like Chaz is ready to go here.
Go. And Dewey has a great ride here. Forget about a 70.38 time. Oh, and the horse falls down. And he might get he's going to get a second re-ride. He's going to get on 3 broncs tonight.
Tell you what, that poor kid is going to be sore tomorrow.
Uh-huh. So that's going to be. Yeah, that was a great ride to start.
We're going to see what they want to do.
It's going to be interesting because he's already gotten on 2.
Is going to be, if they give him a re-ride, we do it during the bull riding.
Give that kid a little bit of a rest. Do the re-ride before the bull riding.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to take the option. How about this, folks? How about a new leader? How about a
and he wins the whole round, 74 points.
And he does have an option of a re-ride, but that's number 1 unofficial.
He's got a re-ride option with 74 points. He's won the round. He's not taking it.
No.
Kale Rose-Wadowski. Or check that. Chaz Dewey gets the win. And the number 4 man in the state gets the job done.
Well, we're going to move down to steer wrestling.
And now we get set for our steer wrestling. Brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports, Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533.
Thanks, boys, again. Thanks, Chet and Sandy Bob. Thanks to all you helpers down there.
So the steer wrestling is going to be another exciting race.
Jeff or Josh, we got tons of people down here at the stripping sheet.
We'll have 11 Cowboys for you tonight in the steer wrestling. Starting out with Carter Hutchinson out of Rosette, Bodie Coombs out of Wellington, Talon Larson out of Gillette, Cannon Campbell out of Shoshone, Dakota Montgomery out of Pine Bluffs, Dane Humes out of Moorcroft, Trenton Sheehan of Rosette, Carson Ewing out of Douglas, Cole Crickmeyer out of Jackson, Jace Mayfield out of Midwest, and Tig Goodman out of Green River will be your final steer wrestler tonight.
So if I use the tie formula, then things get really interesting as now Chaz Dewey has overtaken Ian Smith for 3rd place in the state standings. Before we move on to our steer wrestling, let's take a look at the saddle bronc riding final results here in round number 2. And what a win for, oh, wrong one. What a win for, or excuse me, in the bareback riding. This is not the saddle bronc riding, apologies. Anyway, what a win for Chaz Dewey. 74, and you look at the average, it's still Tucker Caricato, Rody Farrell, and Kale Rose-Wadowski tie for 3rd with a 70. Grady Edwards looking pretty strong in that average himself, but it's Chaz Dewey who takes the night.
How about that flight of bareback, though?
Oh, man.
Yeah, 74 followed by 3. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
70s.
We have seen some things at this rodeo you seldom see. A win by 1,000th of a second, a 3-way tie at 70, and then a 74-point bareback ride. That was, may say he should have taken the option that shouldn't have been as high as a score, But I'm telling you right now, that was a great-looking bareback ride. That horse was giving Chaz Dewey everything he could work with.
That was a heck of a horse, the kind that every cowboy looks to get on.
Let's go ahead and look at our steer wrestling state standings coming into tonight. And we got ourselves a race to the top. Chase Mayfield, #1, but Bodie Coombs, after his round win last night, only back by 2.5 points. Carson Ewing back by 6.5 points. Cannon Campbell back by 15 points. And Trenton Sheehan 5th, Talon Larson 6th, Cody Montgomery 7th, Dane Humes 8th, T. Goodman 9th, Cole Crickmeyer 10th, and Carter Hutchinson 11th.
American Legion Post 24.
As they are dragging right now, as we get ready for the steer wrestling to get started. But you look at this steer wrestling right now, and who's our first steer wrestler to go? I'll get ahead of.
Well, Shoshone had a 9:49. Carson Ewing with a 10.6. T. Goodman had a 27.55 with a speeding ticket for breaking the barrier. Cole Crickmeyer had a 29.08 for the same reason.
And our last steer wrestler last night, Carter Hutchinson, that no time came with a battle.
And he ended up going ahead and taking down that steer anyway, just for good measure.
Here we go, time for the steer wrestling.
Carter Hutchinson, you're going to be out first.
Carter Hutchinson will get us started. Hutchinson, of course, in the steer wrestling, comes in as the number 11 man from Rosette. Riding for a fall now from Chris. I really like the DJ tonight.
I do too.
Let me finish that. Riding for a fall by the immortal Chris Ledoux.
I think all you had to say was riding for a fall.
Yeah, right. All right, here comes Carter Hutchinson. Oh, and it's going to be a no time for Carter.
That steer just put the brakes on him.
That's a heck of a good freshman right there. He's an all-around hand.
He's a freshman. He will be back and be ready for a massive career here in the WHSRA, and I personally cannot wait to see how that unfolds for the next 4 years for that young man.
You know, these state finals are just littered with freshmen, so we're going to be having a good time for a lot of years.
Next up, it'll be Bodie Coombs. Won the round last night.
Bodie's from Wellington, Colorado. We're glad he chose Wyoming.
5-69. Sits 2 are in the state, back by 2.5 points. So the race for the state title continues right now.
Here we go.
And that horse got a little bit out in front of him, but Coombs is going to throw him quickly.
How about a 7:03?
7:03 for Bodie Coombs.
Second run moved her right back to a 7:03.
Wow.
Good run, Bodie.
7:03 for Bodie Coombs, and he will take the lead of the round. Alan Larson, number 6 in the states.
I think they're riding the same horse, so we're going to let Talon take time.
Chasing that 7:03 set by Bodie Coombs just now.
We didn't have any of them wrote down today, just in case they are riding the same horse. These boys are all good about it.
After Larson will be Cannon Campbell, Cody Montgomery, Dane Humes, Trenton Sheehan, Carson Ewing, Cole Crickmeyer, Jason Mayfield, and T. Goodman will shut things down in round 2 of the steer wrestling.
The boys have started hazing for each other here lately, which is pretty cool to see at the high school level. Hope Cannon and them boys and Jace.
And here we go. Early catch here for Larson. Oh, but he's going to come up empty, no time.
It's going to be a no time here. Going to be no time. Well, we're going to move down to the Shoshone Cowboy, Cannon Campbell.
And that'll now bring up Cannon Campbell.
You're going to be on deck Dane Humes. You're going to be in the horse at Sheehan.
Cannon had a 9:49 last night, so he'll look to improve on that just a little bit.
Number 4 in the States. Would like to create some separation between him and number 5, Trenton Sheehan, going into tomorrow. Also, the state championship not out of the picture either. Only 15 points separate him from the top. That is Jace Mayfield.
Anything's possible, but with that being Jace in the lead, that's going to be a pretty difficult task.
Well, just start chipping away. Still 45 points left to be awarded. They'll award 15 tonight, 15 tomorrow, and then 15 for the average. Here we go. Campbell a little bit behind that one. Great catch, though. Come on, throw him strong. Oh, and the steers ain't up on him. Oh, and it gets away from Cannon.
I'd like to have that one back. He had it set up. He didn't take it, and he got away.
Oh, heartbreaker for Cannon Campbell.
No time for tonight.
No time for him.
You're going to be here at number 5.
And I'll now
Cody
bring up
Montgomery out of Pine Bluffs.
number 7 in the States. As Cody Montgomery last night finished 9th in the round. Actually took a no time, so finished for a few tied there. Now here comes Montgomery. Got an early catch here. Can he finish it off? Hook around the nose and pull. Yes!
There we go.
Nice job by Cody Montgomery.
Officially moves him into number 2 with a 7:50.
7:50 for Cody Montgomery. That'll put him in 2nd in the round.
Number 6.
Next up will be Trent Sheehan knocking on the door to get into, or check that, that's Dane Humes will be next. 8th in the States. Dane, no time last night, trying to change the momentum a little bit. Here he comes, Dane Humes from Moorcroft. Oh, and that steer put on a last bit of speed against Humes, and he will unfortunately leave here with a no time, but great effort there by Dane Humes. Now we go to Trent Sheehan.
Trent had a 7:27 last night, which would put him right in the thick of things tonight.
Chasing that 7:03 by Bodie Combs. Actually, we're going to go Carson Ewing now, finished 8th last night. 3rd in the state. Trails the leader, Jason Mayfield, by 6.5 points.
Make the rodeo run on, run efficient as we possibly can. With Thorpe in charge down there, it is going to run and run fast and run well. There is no doubt in my mind about that. He is one of the best.
As Sheehan pulls into the box.
Is it Sheehan, or they go ahead and go to Carson
Sorry,
Ewing?
that's Carson Ewing. You're right. Only 2 times here in the steer wrestling thus far. A 7:03 leads it for Bodie Coombs. Cody Montgomery 2nd with a 7:05. Oh. Well, getting the rodeo started on time definitely makes the difference in the daylight here.
It does. It got a little dark on us last night.
Yeah, this time. The final night rodeo of the 2023 season will be live tomorrow morning for the championship round. A short go. All 11 of these steer wrestlers will be there. And Ewing trying to finish it off.
There we go.
Nice job by Carson Ewing out of Douglas.
Well, we're going to be at 5-71 here. It's going to put him in really good on
5-71. That was one of those sneaky fast runs, and now Ewing wants to get back into that state championship picture. It'll be up to Jace Mayfield now to see what he does.
All right, now we'll go to Trenton Sheehan out of Rosette.
So now Ewing goes into the lead, knocking Coombs down to second. And Montgomery down to third. Trent Sheehan, number 5 in the state, would like to make some moves here. Now, as of right now in our unofficial state standings, Carson Ewing is your number 1 steer wrestler. But still to come, Jace Mayfield. But it looks like Ewing is going to get back to at least number 2, depending on what Mayfield does.
Yep. Right now we've got Coombs first in the average.
So when you factor that in, it could put Coombs back on top.
Oh,
and a no time for Sheehan.
That steer did a zigzag and just couldn't get caught.
Now here's Cole Krickmeyer out of Jackson, our next Cowboy up.
Number 8, Jace Mayfield. You're going to be on that.
Cole had a 29.08 last night. Got the speeding ticket for breaking the barrier.
Comes in number 10 in the state tonight. And then we'll get Jace Mayfield, who's number 1 in the state, and T. Goodman, number 9.
Of course, Tig is a local Cowboy out of Green River.
Yep. Cole Krickmeyer out of Jackson. Definitely not a local Cowboy.
This could be good.
Oh, good catch by Krickmeyer. Finish it off. Oh, and a great catch. But the steer just out-muscled him. Oh, that is a heartbreaker. It's a no time for Cole Krickmeyer. He deserved a time.
He did on that one.
He deserved a time. And now it's the number 1 Cowboy in the state in the steer wrestling, Jace Mayfield. With only 4 or 3 times, all he needs to do is put down a time, and he will. Well, if he puts down a 4th place time, he's still behind Bodie Coombs. As Ewing sits in the first spot. And by the way, Ewing did not overtake Coombs. It's 133.5 to 131 right now.
Wow.
For first and second right now, Mayfield may have something to say about it.
He may. He had a 6 and 8 last night. If he can do that, that'll put him in second tonight.
Mayfield. Sport of rodeo, even at the high school levels, operates on a who did the best throughout the entire season, not who did the best this one night like you get in state championships and other sports. Because so many things are out of the Cowboys' control. The draw, the steer, the livestock, but a great catch by Mayfield, and it hangs up on him, trying to flip it over, and he gets it done.
Yes, sir.
And Mayfield, at worst, goes to 4th. 7:03. It was an early catch. And at 7:03, that'll put him.
Put him tied with Bodie Coombs.
Yeah.
This go.
So that's.
All right. T. Goodman will be our last steer wrestler tonight out of Green River. About 10 miles down the road from here in Rock Springs.
And if it's unofficial, if my math is correct, right now it's Jace Mayfield, number 1, Bodie Coombs with 136, Bodie Coombs, number 2, with 133.5, Carson Ewing, 3rd with 131.
Bodie's still leading in the average as well, too.
So that could come into a factor. as T. Goodman out of Green River, pretty much a hometown Cowboy, pulls in. And here we go. Goodman. Oh. Tried to crawl his way up that steer. It's a no time for Goodman.
Well, that's going to close the gates on steer wrestling.
And that's going to do it for the steer wrestling.
We got a tie in the lead there with two great seniors, Bodie and Jace. Man, couldn't happen to two better young men. We're going to move in.
Carson Ewing wins the round. But right now, that state championship picture is as muddy as ever. Let's show you the round results, though. And it's Carson Ewing winning with a 5-71. Bodie Coombs and Jace Mayfield tie for second. Cody Montgomery third. Cannon Campbell fourth. Talon Larson actually only 4 recorded times. 2 of them a 7:03, so a good-looking one there. Time for the team roping, brought to you by Cowboy State Realty. With unparalleled industry knowledge, experience, and local expertise, Cowboy State Realty offers the Southwest Wyoming real estate experience you've been looking for. Give us a call today at 307-200-4332. Let's now show you our team roping going into the evening performance here in round number 2. It's Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield with the 7-14. Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid second. Sage Romero and Gatlin Pendleton in fourth. To get into the top 10, you need to just put together a time, only 8 times from the morning performance. As we get set for the team roping.
Go with Rosalind Heron and Catherine Vineyard out of Lovell and Gillette.
Unfortunately, it's a no time for them.
You're going to be up here at number 2.
We have Corlin Slattery and Dayton Tillman up next.
Griffin and Truitt.
No time for them in round number 1.
Teague Goodman and Cole Crickmeyer will be up after Corlin and Dayton.
Once again, Corlin and Dayton. You're going to be up here. Rosette, Wheatman, Wyoming Cowgirls.
Corlin.
Nope.
Just can't get it on there. It's going to be a no time for Colin Slattery and Dayton Tillman.
Cole Crickmeyer out of Jackson, T. Goodman out of Green River. Just saw him in the street wrestling.
A no time for them.
We do have 16 in the team roping. 16 in the team roping.
16 in the team roping, and gonna see if we can correct the color on that camera in a minute, but as the sunlight is kind of playing.
There's a good head catch.
Crickmeyer now turns this one up, trying to finish it off. And can't get that one to go. It's a no time for Cole Crickmeyer and Teague Goodman.
All right. Next we'll have Griffin Romero and Drew Jari out of Rollins and Rock Springs. They had an 11:56 last night.
That was good enough for 4th in the round, so these guys are making some moves. Griffin, 10th in the States.
Nope, just missed the head on that one.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a no time.
Good local teams are going to go out there, going to be a no time.
All right.
Hazen Camino.
Got Audrey Kremer out of Cody and Adam Bellis out of Buffalo up next. And an 11:71 last night.
5th place in the round last night. Adam in the heading is 14th. And Hazen in the healing currently 14th as well. Here we go. Adam with a good catch now. Hazen looking to clean it up. Oh. Fortunately, that's going to be a no time.
All right.
5 no times in a row to get the team roping started. We got to correct that.
Gracie Hardman and Audrey Kramer are up next.
Corey Baumhoff, Jace Rourke, you're going to be 4-weight number 9. Ava Drake will go with you, Cooper and Braxton.
Gracie, of course, is out of Wilson, and Audrey's out of Cody.
No time for them in round number 1. Trying to get into that top 20 right now. And sun needs to drop over the mountain, and it'll help our camera out a bunch.
I think we're about 10, 15 minutes away.
Yep. Here we go. Hardiman with a good slick catch. Now turns it. Kramer looking to clean it up. And how about that? 1 9-foot, unfortunately. But it's still +5.
We're going to be a 16
and that'll be 16 and 25. That'll put them in the top 10 right now.
Why risk it? Disrupt the brisket, right? You bet.
Your number 1 time, 7-4.
Braxton Burford, you're going to be on deck. Corey James and Jace, you're going to be in the hole. Ava and Trish.
There goes that sun right now.
Number 10. Thanks for being ready. Just ride on in there. When that team rides out, go ahead and ride on in there.
Cannon Campbell and Kate Thar out of Shoshone and Rosette.
Oh, darn it.
Missed the heel on it.
Sent it out there and got the rodeo half head. Didn't work on the backside.
Up next we'll have Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford.
You're going to be there, number 8. Corey James Baumhoff, Jace Rourke. You're going to be on deck. Ava Reno, Trick Thompson. You're going to be in the
Dylan and Braxton had an 18:03 last night.
You're going to be 4-weight number
7 and 14 by Peterson and Mayfield is the lead right now. Good head catch here. Turning this one, and we got her. Oh, it looked like a clean run, but it's going to be 1 9-foot. Unfortunately, for
Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford.
15 and 25 for that team.
Well, we're going to move down to Corey Baumhoff, Jace Rourke.
Here's Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke. No time in round number 1 yesterday morning, actually.
It's going to take us a minute to set up. We will run you as fast as we can.
There we go.
There we go. Good head catch here.
Now turns this one, looking to clean it up. Nice. Oh, 1 9-foot there as well.
We're going to be a 13 and 87, a 13 and 87.
So 13 and 87, their time. Now bring up Ava Reno and Trig Thompson, our next team in the team roping. Here we go. Ava Reno, though, can't get the headshot, and that'll be a no time there as well. So that's 7 and 14 by Peterson and Mayfield. Looking pretty good, and now
bring up Cooper Jones and Braxton Condas out of Farson and Lyman, respectively.
As they get going, and we are blowing through the team roping. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more teams remaining, and then we're barrel racing, and then we're finishing up with the bull ride. Cooper Jones, Braxton Condas, the next one to go. And now that that sun has dropped over the ridge, it's helped our view out a lot.
Immensely.
Jones, oh, can't get that one on there. It's going to be a no time.
Dang it, Cooper. Not going to work here. Going to be no time.
Next up, we've got a familiar name in Caitlin Moore and Jackson Phillips out of Wright and Moorcroft.
Caitlin Moore on the heading side. Of course, we've talked about her at length about the barrel racing and the pole bending.
One of the very top cowgirls in the state.
The barrel racing last night.
Good head catch.
Nice job by Moore. Turns this one, setting up the healer. Oh. And unfortunately, Jackson Phillips can't make that happen.
Aiden Ruby and Trent Sheehan up next. They had a no time last night.
He'll finish this out. He'll be 4-way number 16.
Aiden Ruby, Trenton Sheehan, as you mentioned. Aiden and Trenton probably doing their last run of the season. A little far out to be in that top 15 to make it to the short go.
Aiden comes to us from Riverton and Trenton's from Rosette.
Aiden can't get that one to fall, and it's going to be a no time. Only 3 teams left, and it all starts with Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds. This was the team that won the round last night. With a massive 7-19.
They'll be followed up by Brody Payne and Dylan Payne, both out of Powell.
That 7-19 won't get the job done tonight. They're going to have to go faster than they've been at the state finals, as that 7-14 by Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield sits on top. Here's Talon Larson and Cash Reynolds, the #1 team in the state coming into today. So they will rope tomorrow.
Well, once again, it's going to be Talon Larson and Cash Reynolds. Well, the top in the state, Brody and Dylan, they're going to be on deck. Hayes and Nick.
This is the team that was the best in Wyoming this year.
Our final team ropers tonight will be Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht out of Big Piney.
Good catch here by Larson. Reynolds now patient with the heel catch. Oh, and he'll catch one hind foot. We'll see what the time is.
Well, it's going to be a 13-53, 13-53.
13-53 for the #1 team in the States. Brody and Dylan Payne from Powell is next to go. The brothers, I assume, from Powell. 9th in the round last time.
13-77 last night, looking to cut that down significantly.
Good head catch. Looking to clean it up, and oh. No time for the brothers Powell from, or the brothers Payne from Powell. And now the final team, Hayes Espenscheid and Nick Albrecht.
They were third last night with an 8-75.
Hayes, #6 header. Nick, #6 as well. Final team roping team of the 2023 regular season. We'll see these two in the short go tomorrow.
Once again, this is going to be Hayes and Nick. They're going to finish out the team roping here at #16. Great team's done well all year.
And here we go.
Good head catch.
Come on, Nick.
Looking to clean it up. There we go. What's the time? Is it?
How about a 7:37?
7:37. So it's going to put them high in the round. They don't win the round.
Well, we're going to get everything. We're going to bring in the tractor. It'll take just a minute to set everything
As
up.
we
We're going to go with
put together that one, it's going to be second place. We know that for sure. And how about the final results of round number 2 on our ready results board? Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield hold on for the win with 7 and 14. That's not right. There we go. They hold on for the win at 7 and 14. Then Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht second with a 7 and 37. Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid third with an 8 flat. Sage Romero and Gatlin Pendleton with an 8:01 take fourth. Royce Breeden and Kyler Clark with 8:58 take fifth. Kaysen Gines and Ryder Mormon with the 12:77 take sixth. Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds with a 13:53 take seventh. Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke with a 13:87 take eighth. Dylan Tharr and Braxton Burford with a 15:25 take ninth. Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley with a 15:45 take 10th. As we get set for our barrel racing, brought to you by Uinta Bocis number 1. What are you waiting for? Uinta Bocis number 1 in Evanston, Wyoming offers college and career readiness classes on site and online. Visit Uinta Bocis number 1 at Evanston or at uintaeducation.org. Again, that website, uintaeducation.org. As we are dragging right now.
Barrels will start tonight with Caitlin Moore out of Wright, Hadley Thompson out of Yoder, Tessa Sanderson out of Sundance, Faye Hillier, Ireland Campbell, Tally Ingle. Next will be Sydney Jones, followed by Dylan Tharr, Carly Davis, Casey Carr, Stacia Tiedemann, Kristen Schwartz, Katie Rice, Callie Bowman, and finished up by Gracie Hartman out of Wilson.
It's the reverse order of the first flight of barrel racers we saw in the morning session.
We're looking for time lower than 17:273. That was the top time this morning at Abigail Olson.
So Olson won round number 1. It's round number 2. As they are dragging right now in preparation for our penultimate event, the barrel racing. 17:273 by Abigail Olson leads the round, and she leads the rodeo right now.
Well, once again tonight we had a blustery storm come through and make us all worried about it, and then it turned into a beautiful evening.
Let's go through some fun results for the rodeo, the event champions. Something that people that won't make the short go, they give them something to ride for. And let's start with the bareback riding. On 2-head, guess who? It's Rhodey Farrell, Tucker Caricato, with 150 points. In the pole bending, with the best on 2 right now, it is Abigail Olson with a 42.361.
Already up here, Caitlin. Looking for you.
In the goat tying, it is a 13.99.
All right.
By Hadley Thompson.
Gates open. Looks like Caitlin Moore is coming in for her first run.
All right, we get going with the barrel racing. Caitlin Moore
had a 19:022 last night. Oh, knocked over that end barrel.
Moore, unfortunately, is going to suffer on that one. She takes a 24.473 is the time for Caitlin Moore.
Hadley Thompson, you're going to be up here at number 2.
Hadley Thompson out of Yoder will be up next. She had a 17.541 last night.
And took second in the round. Here comes Hadley Thompson, the eventual all-around cowgirl champion as well, and leading the goat tying and the breakaway roping.
And a freshman to boot.
Yeah. And she's good around 3.
This is going to be good.
Sends it home. Does it beat the 17.273 set by Abigail Olson? No, 17.417 for Hadley Thompson.
At number 4.
At 17.417, that will put her in second place.
Kelly Hilliard comes in out of Kinnear with a
18.702.
Yeah,
22nd in round number 1. Hellier sending it home.
Well, we're going to be 17.964.
Wow. 17.964. That'll put her in 8th.
Ireland Campbell will be out next. She had a 19.132 last night.
And Ireland Campbell looking to improve that. Campbell kicks it and goes. And watches for the eye, crosses the line. Waiting for the time.
Well, we're going to be in 18.542.
18.542. That will put her in 17th place. So, your top 10 at the first drag is still Abigail Olson on top. In second place now, it's Hadley Thompson. So she's on the hook for 13.5 points. And I'll move Shada Lesmeister down a peg as well. Chloe Nichols sits 4th. Adeline Norstegard sits 5th. Tacey Jones sits 6th. Jordan Mormon sits 8th. Gracie Hardiman sits 8th. Ainsel Vroman sits 9th. And Melanie Vagorn rounds out your top 10 with an 18.021.
Rocky Mountain Power Sports, Sunlight Ranch Company.
Next up, we'll have Tally Engel out of Rosette, Sydney Jones out of Farson, and Dylan Tharr out of Douglas.
Still to come is Jordan Mormon, the #1 cowgirl in this event going into today. Number 2 was, guess who? Hadley Thompson. She only trailed by 5 points, and Hadley sits in second right now. Our next barrel racer,
Tally Engel,
out of Rosette's 1967-0 last night. Of course, Abigail Olson was the winner of round number 1 in the barrel racing, beat Hadley Thompson by 1/1000th of a second. We were just talking about that not too long ago.
Just proves that absolutely everything has to go right in these rides.
Yep. That is why that we don't crown a state champion off of one performance at one competition. It's your entire season, your entire picture of all the work you've done throughout the rodeo season, which starts clear back in September, then takes a break for the winter, and then they hit it hard and heavy all of March.
Here
April
goes Tally.
Tally Engel. We saw her in the in the ring cow horse event. That's a co-ed event. And she had some amazing cattle work scores. Definitely a great cow hand as she comes through and will stop the clock. 18-740. That will put her in 19th place. Sydney Jones will be next. 23-222 was her run last night, or yesterday morning rather. Still to come, Katie Rice, who was 4th yesterday. As Sydney Jones bumped a barrel, otherwise it would have been a quicker run. And now she is turning it on. Is she clean through 3? Yes. Heading home.
I think you're going to like it. How about a 17-5-21?
17-5-21 puts her into 5th place.
Dylan Thar, you're going to be here at number 8. Carly Davis, you're around that. Casey Carr.
Next up will be Dylan Thar. 18-043 from Douglas.
She was in 10th last night.
So brought in some points, and with that was able to move to 6th in the state. Good tight turn around barrel number 1 for Thar. Now sets it up, goes around barrel number 2. Headed towards the 3rd barrel and around, and here she comes. Dylan Thar looking to chase that 17-273.
Well, we're going to meet a 17-768.
17-768.
768.
That will put her into 9th place. Who's up next?
Carly Davis out of Buffalo.
Carly with an 18-159 yesterday, 14th in the round. Still to come, though, some of the top from round number 1, including Christian Schwartz.
Katie Rice was right there.
Yep. Thought we just saw Dylan Thar. Is that correct? As coming around, this is Dylan Thar, actually.
This should be Carly Davis.
Carly Davis.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to add 5 to this.
That's going to be 5 to it. So
a 23-4-1-4, 23.
That's where we messed it up. So what was Dylan Thar's time real quick?
Working for you, then we're going to drag after Casey Carr.
Dylan Thar should have been a 17-768.
Katie, Callie, and Gracie.
As we will drag. So your top 10 right now, Abigail Olson still sits in the lead, 17-273. Hadley Thompson in second with a 17-4-17. Shada Lesmeister in third with a 17-4-4-8. Chloe Nichols in fourth with 17-4-5-1. Sydney Jones in fifth with a 17-5-2-1. Actually, we're going right now with someone that looked like we thought we were dragging, but apparently I was wrong.
Should be Casey Carr out of Jackson.
Yep, Casey Carr from Jackson. Carr 12th last night. In order to get in there, she needs to crack an 18-4-5-9. 17-9-29, and that'll put her in 10th place.
Katie, Callie, and Grace will be your next 5.
As we enter the final 5.
Stacia Tidyman out of Carpenter should be up next here after we rake.
All right, now we'll get our top 10. In first place, Abigail Olson from Sheridan with a 17-2-7-3. Yoder's Hadley Thompson with a 17-4-17 in second. Shada Lesmeister in third, 17-4-4-8. Chloe Nichols, 17-4-5-1. Sydney Jones, 17-5-2-1 in fifth. Adeline Norstegard in sixth with a 17-6-0-9. Tacey Jones sits in seventh with a 17-6-8-3. Jordan Mormon in eighth with a 17-7-2-8. Katie Rice in 9th with a 17.768. Dylan Thar in 10th with a 17.768 as well. So we actually have a tie for 10th right now.
When they count down to a thousandth of a second.
That is crazy.
I guess they don't go to what's next, 10,000ths of a second?
Yeah. Double checking that. 17. No, we got that wrong. So it's a 17.748 for Dylan.
6.8.
6.8. So, okay, 6.8. We got that right.
Yep.
And then Katie Rice.
Katie Rice hasn't run yet.
Has not run yet. So that's we're there. So Casey Carr does go in to 10th. And coming up next, it will be Stacia Tiedemann, 13th in round number 2. So just off of the pace with an 18.147. Big thank you to each and every one of you tuned in to mylocalradio.com live and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. It's the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app. Final 5 barrel racers coming up, and then we'll have the 10 bull riders. And then we'll shut it down and get ready for a championship round tomorrow morning. 9:15 grand entry. 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll be on the air at 8:45 tomorrow.
Got a little bit excited for the final go, just to know.
Yeah.
The top 15 will come back. Stacia Tiedemann, you're up here.
Stacia Tiedemann's going to get us started from Carpenter.
11. Kristen Schwartz around that Katie Rice. Kelly Bowman, Gracie Hartman, you'll finish us out.
That'll be Tiedemann, then Schwartz, Rice, Bowman, and Hardeman will end it in the barrel racing. Tiedemann riding in to the arena, and here we go. Stacia Tiedemann goes, knocks over one. That's going to be +5 there. Now comes in, and Tiedemann is just going to pull the horse up, trot it through the arena. No need to risk injury. With that is Tiedemann showing great horsemanship, calming that horse down. Kind of holding back. You can tell that horse wants to go, but Stacia's saying there's no point in risking hurting you.
Tonight's not our night. Let's just take it on home.
Yep. So.
Well, we're going to have to add 10, and there's going to be a 44.050. 44.
A shame for Tiedemann. Time is a 44.050. That'll bring up Christian Schwartz from Torrington. 17.826 was 8th in the round yesterday. And now looking to get in the top 10 again. Gets a round 2 clean. Now headed for 3. Nice turn, and now headed towards the eye, looking for a top 10 finish. Will she get it?
Good run here, 17.
Yes.
768.
She will tie Dylan Thar for 9th. 17.768. And now here comes Katie Rice, who was 4th in the round last night.
You'll finish this out.
Then it'll be Callie Bowman, then Gracie Hardeman. Katie Rice, 17.637 out of Buffalo. Again, finished 4th in the round yesterday. And here she comes. Rice gets her around one, barely knocks that one over as she flirted with the first one and made full contact with the second and comes in across the third. So we're going to add 10 to Katie Rice's time.
Dang it, would have been a 17-5-26.
Would have been a 17-5-26. Katie Rice.
27-5-26.
8th in the state, so she should be good for tomorrow. And now here comes Callie Bowman, 19-21. 19-21, good enough for 27th fastest for Gillette's Callie Bowman. Gracie Hardiman, though, on deck to close things down. Hardiman finished 17th yesterday. Bowman coming into the arena. And here we go. Around one, Bowman clean, headed for 2. And just as good. Back number 222, headed for barrel number 3, and brings this one home clean. She's going to challenge. Can she get into that top 10? She has to beat a 17-929, but unfortunately it's an 18-160. That will put her in 15th. I'm going to bring up Gracie Hardiman.
Gracie's in quick here.
Hardiman, 17th fastest in round 1. Sets it up, sends it towards barrel number 3, and she's clean. She's going to try to make a move here, and the time, 18-375. That is good enough for 17th fastest. As we recap the top 10. In first place, it's Abigail Olson with a 17-273. Hadley Thompson in second rather, with a
17-417.
Thank you. In third place, Shada Lesmeister with a 17-448. In fourth place will be Chloe Nichols with a 17-824. Sydney Jones in 5th place with a 17-521. Adeline Norsegard hangs on for 6th place with a 17-609. Tacey Jones in 7th with a 17-683. Jordan Mormon in 8th with a 17-728. Dylan Thar with a 17-768. In 9th, tied, is Christian Schwartz with a 17-768. It's now time for our bull riding, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports' selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533.
All right. You know, this is the right way to end a rodeo.
I couldn't agree more.
A little rock and roll on the loudspeakers, and bulls in the chutes, and
Ashton Slaw will kick us off in the bull riding. Currently sits number 2 in the state after the round for him, finishing 3rd with a 67-point ride. Coming to us from Manila, Utah. Jackson Hole Rodeo providing the bulls for tonight's competition.
Bulls down here. Come on, Ashton, let's make this a bull ride.
Ashton trying to go 2 for 2 on the day.
Number 4, let's see. They just about pulled the gate on him, but I guess he wasn't quite ready. There we go.
And here we go. This one into his hand, looks good. Small, quick bull, and he's not moving anywhere. Great ride by Slaw, and he's got it.
Yes, sir. We'd like to see it.
And the bull stops, says, all right, time to get off me. And Slaw's going to go
Good job, Ashton.
to the lead, no doubt. Waiting the score for Slaw.
Well, we're going to be a 60-point bull ride.
60-point bull ride for Ashton.
Once again, these are all unofficial from the announcer. Well, we're going to move up to Brenson Bartlett.
And now use your number one man in.
He's going to be coming out of chute number 5 down here.
Coming out of chute number 5, Brenson Bartlett. As Ashton Slaw currently in the lead. Here we go, first one. Bartlett into his hand. This is where he wants it. This is why he's the number 1 rider in the States and does it again. What a great bull ride for the number 1 man in the Cowboy States. And he is pumped. Brenson Bartlett. Let's check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Look at this. He is not moving. This has got to be a change in the leaderboard, I would suspect.
Hey, Brenson, I think you're going to like this. How about a 75-point
75-point ride for Brenson Bartlett. Brenson Bartlett yelling his excitement from the arena, in the arena right now.
If you were watching close, you could see him toss his helmet.
Yep. And he was pumped up as well as he should be. There we go. Monfeld won the round yesterday. Good job here by Monfeld. Got off his hand a little bit, slid forward, and the bull stops on him. That's going to be a rewrite option, no doubt.
Everybody kind of, whoa, jeez. That was a terrible get off. My gosh. The moms everywhere taking gas.
Monfeld probably going to get a rewrite option. We'll see if he takes it.
Outstanding. I think we're probably going to have a rewrite. We'll see what they say. Well, we'll see what the judges are going to say.
We'll see what judges taking their time here for Cody's Owen Monfeld. Gavin Fernicus will be next.
You bet, Gavin Fernicus.
Fernicus actually won last night with a 70.
He's going to be riding spectacular.
No, sorry. Monfeld with a 75. Fernicus was second.
Second, yeah. I was checking my notes. I was like, where did I miss that?
I was just seeing if you were awake.
Yeah.
I don't know what he is on the other side, but we're going to have to find out if he's going to take the rewrite.
Don't know what's going on with Owen Monfeld.
Announcer's recommendation is no rewrite.
And the bull riding, the announcer is saying sometimes it doesn't pay off to take a rewrite in the bull riding. Here's Gavin Fernicus. This one going away from his hand, sucks him off of his bull rope. Oh, and down he goes.
Man, I'm going to tell you, these kids come to ride some bulls tonight.
And that's going to be a no score for Fernicus. 3 for 3 for the Cowboys, though, as it looks like we'll be moving to chute number 4. Aiden Ruby, your next bull rider up.
Aiden's going to be riding Spotted Jacket.
Spotted Jacket, the name of the bull. Again, these bulls brought to us by Jackson Hole Rodeo.
Did Owen decide whether he was taking his rewrite?
We have not heard yet.
Okay.
The announcer urging him not to. I don't know. I'd love to see him go ride again. I'm really liking watching Owen Monfelt ride after the 75 he had last night. And the great ride he had going there. I would not mind seeing another Owen Monfelt ride.
Here's Aiden Ruby.
Ruby gets into the well, and he's done. We'll check that out on the Evanston Cowboy Days board, or Evanston Cowboy Days replay board.
Well, there's going to be no score here.
No score for Aiden Ruby.
Well, we're going to move down to Colton Bonberger.
I'll bring up Colton Bonberger, our next Cowboy up.
Colton comes to us out of Lander.
Colton's going to be riding old Trick Daddy.
Trick Daddy is the name of the bull.
Going to be getting down on. I guess I'd rather have one named Trick Daddy than Man Killer or something. Well, we're about to get down and get out of
Over in chute number 3 is where we find ourselves. Colton Bonberger currently sits number 8 in the state. And this one is a good ride. Oh, but he got flung away from his hand, and down he goes. Unfortunately, that is going to be a no score.
Old Trick Daddy was on the hunt. Whiskers, you be careful down there. Yeah, I'm quick as a cat, I know that, but you've got to be careful. Well, it's going to be no score here. It's going to be no score. Well, Tucker Wilson, he's going to be out.
And I'll now bring up our next bull rider. It is Tucker Wilson out of Jackson. Crackerjack, the name of the bull. Had some technical difficulties there. Apologize for that. As we are here in the bull riding, and right now it is Brinson Bartlett winning it with a 75. Ashton Slaw sits second with a 60. We don't know about what Owen Monfelt decided to do yet. We haven't heard a score from him, so we very well may see him. Still to come, Hayden Welsh. Braxton Peterson and Roan Prophet. But this is Tucker Wilson from Jackson. Trying to get set up and ready to go in chute number 2. That bull was sitting down a little bit, and yeah, they're going to re-pull. He was sitting down so much he disappeared.
That's hard for a bull to do.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to move on to chute number 1. Here's Hayden Welsh. Came in number 2 in the state, now sits number 3. Won the bull riding here at Rock Springs in April.
He's riding Loki. So Bull Loki.
Loki, the name of the bull, the trickster. We'll see how tricky he is.
That's a great name for a bull.
Yeah. As we got the cotton candy clouds over the mountains just behind the buck and chute right now. Twilight's hitting. Rodeo started at 6 o'clock. We're hitting the 9 o'clock hour. Big thank you for each and every one of you guys for tuning in. And here is Hayden Welsh. And Welsh, one of the best bull riders in the Cowboy State, doing a great job here. He's got him here, and Welsh into his hand. He's going to get a qualified ride. Even rode it no hands for a minute. And Welsh getting pats on the back from everyone behind the chutes. He might have taken the lead of the round.
In it for multiple times. These boys are very, very talented. They're
Check it out on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board. This ride by Welsh is a big boy pro rodeo type ride. And he'll tie for the lead with a 75-point ride. Again, the score's unofficial. But how about that bull ride by Hayden Welsh? And you and I were talking both at our house we're renting for the week, and we both thought, you know what, Hayden Welsh is due to go off, and certainly he has. He's tied for the lead.
He came so close last night. You had to expect him just to stick those extra few seconds tonight.
Again, all the results we're giving for the state standings and the scores are unofficial, with only 3 bulls left.
As soon as we get these 3 done, we'll be back here at 9:30 in the morning.
All right, going back to Wilson here. Here we go.
And that bull takes a weird turn, and then Wilson unfortunately going to take a no score.
Well, we're going to come down a little early there. We're going to be
And now that's a no score now. We're going to shoot number 3.
According to my calculation, we're going to move to Braxton Patterson.
So right now, unofficially, according to our calculations in the state race, Brenson Bartlett and Hayden Welsh, each with 14.5 points right now. And that would put, as it sits right now, Welsh back into second place overall by half a point. Here's Braxton Patterson, the next Cowboy to go. Sits 7th in the state right now.
Braxton comes to us out of Gray Bowl. There we go, Braxton.
Braxton gets sucked into the well, and that's the ride, and that bull says, all right, and my day's done. So no score for Patterson.
You're going to be riding Dandelion Wine.
Dandelion Wine is the name of the next bull. And we will get a re-ride from Owen Monfeld. So we'll see Owen Monfeld and this next bull rider. It's Roan Prophet from Diamondville over by Kemmer.
Looking forward to Roney Prophet getting back on the bull here.
This is the last bull rider. We didn't get his score, but we're sorry about that, folks. We didn't get the.
Looks like we're missing. Didn't get a score for Owen Monfeld. So
he's going to be riding out of shoot.
Roan Prophet, they said there's 2 more bull riders left. And according to our count, one of them would be Owen Monfeld from Cody.
He did take his re-ride. They just didn't get the score on the
Yeah.
first one.
Yep. So Roan Prophet from Diamondville sliding up on his bull rope. One of the up, and Prophet takes a shot.
Ouch, that had to hurt.
And that's going to do it on the bull riding. So Owen Monfeld did take the score, did not take the re-ride. We don't know what it is. So our unofficial standings here in go round number 2.
We've got one to spill. Is that what we got to do, Bo? We're done, right?
Hold on 1 second. We don't know. Hold on. Yep, we are done. So the unofficial scores in round number 2, Brenson Bartlett and Hayden Welsh tie for a 75. Ashton Slaw with 60. And now your average leader is Ashton Slaw with a 127. He actually wins the event as well. So that is big. So a great job there. Letting you know that Rome Profit is being helped right now. We are going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we will have our post program to get you set for Championship Saturday. It's the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com, on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston.
We are chasing a dream, one that tests our grit, our faith, our courage. This dream calls us. It unites us. Here's to those who lead this life.
Well, we got a correction during the break. It was announced that Hayden Welsh has won the bull riding by himself. His final score was a 78. So a great job by Hayden Welsh. So he puts up a 78 in the bull riding. So he will win it. Brinson Bartlett comes in second with a 75, and Ashton Slaw third with a 60. It's time for our post-program brought to you by Jimmy John's.
Add a side note there real quick, Elan. Roden Prophet got up and walked out of the arena under his own power, so that was good to see.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Matt. It's time for our post-performance program brought to you by Jimmy John's. We're fast and fresh meat in Evanston, Sheridan, Gillette, and right here in Rock Springs. Let's go ahead and go to our ready results board. And let's start with the bull riding here tonight. You see it there. Hayden Welsh wins it with a 78, and in the state standings, it now puts Welsh back into second place overall. Actually, we'll go ahead and order that really fast. Back into second place overall. Ashton Slaw down to third, and Aiden Ruby into fourth. Only 3 points separating Owen Monfelt, which, by the way, Owen Monfelt did get a score. We don't know what it was. So for all we know, Owen Monfelt is in the fourth place spot. Again, we cannot stress this enough. Every single standings, all the results we're giving you, they're unofficial. We'll have the official results going into tomorrow before tomorrow's broadcast. But that is a big point. Owen Monfelt, according to the unofficial standings, is 3 points out of fourth. He got a score. We don't know what that score was. We don't know where he finished. But I would think at worst it does mean he is going to elevate into fourth place.
You know, there's not a 3-point score because there's only
there'll only be 4 qualified rides.
rides. So,
all right, let's go ahead and start it at the top. In the bareback riding, it was won by a 3-way tie again. This is all, it was won by Chaz Dewey on a re-ride with 74. And then a 3-way tie, Rody Farrell, Tucker Caracato, and Rose Wadowski in fourth. Those and another qualified ride by Grady Edwards and Micah Coe. In the overall, it gets very, very interesting now because Tucker Caracato only leads by 6 points over Rody Farrell going into the final round. In third place, it is Chaz Dewey with a 107.5. Fourth place, Ian Smith with a 106. Grady Edwards, though, only 5 points away from qualifying for the Nationals in his hometown of Gillette. Moving on to the pole bending, it was won by Caitlin Moore, who came back and bounced back and extends her lead in – oh, going to have to correct that. Excuse us. Sorry about that. Extends her lead in the overall standings with 135. By the way, Tucker Caricato wins the event in the bareback riding. In the pole bending, it looks like, and unofficially, by the way, it's going to go to Hadley Thompson with a 42.361 on 2. Moving on to the goat tying, Hadley Thompson wins it with a 7.21, and looks like she wins the event as well with a 13.99 on 2. In the standings, though, Hadley Thompson extends her lead out to 9 points over Rayleigh Caldwell. Casey Carr in third with a 118. Caitlin Moore in fourth with a 107.5. Rosalind Herron only 2.5 points back going into the final day. In the tie-down roping, Rollins freshman Truett Jari wins with a 10 flat, and the rodeo goes to, or the event champion, looks like unofficially. We cannot stress this enough. This is all very unofficial. But I would say it looks like it is the 19-42 by Jace Mayfield. Yeah, that would make sense. First in round 1, second in round 2. And then you look at the tie-down roping standings. Mayfield leaps Corey Baumhoff, has an 8.5 point lead going in to round number 2. Keaton Hayden continues, stays at 3. Bodie Coombs now in to 4th place. Austin Pixley down by 7 points. And Adam Bellis down by 7.5 points going into the final day of the tie-down.
You know, all of these races, if it's not for the first place, it's for the third or fourth place, which is just as important. You know, get your shot at nationals.
In the breakaway roping, Kaylee Hutchinson gets the win with a 2:27. She won round 1 as well with a 2:31. She will win the rodeo with the event with a 4:58. So she gets that reward. And then you look at the breakaway standings. It's still Hadley Thompson in front, but Kaylee Hutchinson has been on a roll. She now is in second place, holding that. Sydney Odokoven in third. Sydney Jones in fourth. Brianna Herrig jumps from 7th to 5th and finds herself 1 point out of 4th place and 5 points out of 3rd place.
No doubt she's going to give it everything she's got to move up tomorrow.
In the steer wrestling, Carson Ewing of Douglas wins with a 5:71. Bodie Coombs and Jace Mayfield split second with a 7:03. And then the only other time in round 2, Cody Montgomery with a 7:05. So only 4 times, but all of them really fast times.
Absolutely.
Moving in to the final standings, Jace Mayfield, these are unofficial state standings, by the way, leads with 136, finds himself up by 3.5 points over Bodie Coombs. Carson Ewing now into 3rd place with a 131, so only 5 points outside of 1st place. Cannon Campbell in 1st with a 107.5. Trent Sheehan in 5th. Down by 15 points. So that's going to be a little bit hard to overcome, but you never know what's going to happen in that round tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Into the saddle bronc riding, it was won by Rody Marsh. He wins the event as well with a 138. And when we thought that it was going to get kind of sewn up by Schlattman here in round number 2, he gets bucked off. And look what happens to our standings. Actually, that we haven't ordered that yet. So our unofficial standings, and check it out. Rody Marsh now in the lead by 7 points over Jake Schlattman. Ryan Nunn still holds 3rd with 85. Colby Smith is in 4th with an 85. Nunn actually in 3rd with an 89, and Wyatt Knight in 5th. Back over 40 points, so unfortunately it's not possible for him to make it. Those are your 4 going to nationals for Wyoming. Moving into the team roping, we don't have unofficial standings for the headers and heelers. We just have the unofficial standings in the go-round. Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield win it with a 7-14. Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht will be 2nd. Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid will be 3rd. Sage Romero and Gatlin Pendleton 4th. Royce Breeden and Kyla Clark 5th. Kaysen Gines and Ryder Mormon 6th. Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds 7th. Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke 8, Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford 9, and Caton Heaton and Austin Pixley will be 10th. If you're trying to figure out who won the rodeo, well, it looks like if I had to be a betting person, I would say Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford. They got 2 times, and they have a total of 15-25. That's unofficial, though. We don't know what could happen there. But it is actually, hold on one second. Looking at this one, 30-28, 33-28, and 23-05. It might be Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley actually winning the event. But, again, these are unofficial. We do not know. Going into the barrel racing tonight, Abigail Olson wins the round yet again and will take the rodeo with a 34-8-1-3, 17-2-7-3 the win for her. Hadley Thompson is second, as those two were 1-2 last night by a thousandth of a second. A little bit more separating them this time. Thompson second, Shada Lesmeister third, Chloe Nichols will be fourth, Sydney Jones fifth, Adeline Norstegard sixth, TC Jones seventh, Jordan Mormon eighth, Dylan Thar 9, and Christian Shorts rounds out your top 10. In the barrel racing standings, Hadley Thompson now overtakes Jordan Mormon, and we got ourselves a horse race between Hadley Thompson, Jordan Mormon. Abigail Olson, though, in third place. She only finds herself 13 points out. She looks really good in the average. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And then, as we mentioned in the bull riding, Hayden Welsh wins the round. And the rodeo belongs to Ashton Slaw, winning the event title. And then Brenson Bartlett, number 1, Hayden Welsh, number 2, Ashton Slaw, 3. Aiden Ruby is in 4th. Owen Monfelt, though, we don't know his score. We don't know where he finished. We imagine he's probably in the top 4 after that. The question is by how much, and that will be an interesting race to follow tomorrow. Parting thoughts, Matt Petrie, before we say goodnight and get ready for a championship Saturday.
You know, I'm ready for some final go Saturday. A lot of these events, like we've talked about, first or second might be sewn up, but there could be a fight anywhere between 3rd and 7th to move up into those final 4 spots to go to the national finals in Gillette next month.
A big thank you to our camera person, Mr. Dennis Bedwell. Thank you to my broadcast partner, Mr. Matt Petrie. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. It's been this has been the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo, live on mylocalradio.com and on demand on the Cowboy Channel Plus app, presented by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming. My name's Elan Olliff, and on behalf of all of us here at My Local Radio Sports, it has been a pleasure, and we cannot wait till tomorrow morning. We will see you then at a 8:45 start time for the pre-performance, where we will have the official standings going in. Again, all those standings that we just gave you were unofficial, but they do give you an idea of what's going on. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night, and we will see you for Championship Saturday tomorrow.
The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, LLC, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Cook Brothers Broadcasting, LLC. Thank you for joining us for this sports presentation on MyLocalRadio.com.